and welcome to a live chat that will be limited by TikTok because I tell the truth. What we will have is about 15 people join, and it will stay about 15 until half hour-ish, and then they allow me to go up to 30 people because I tell the truth. And in the past, when I used to have hundreds, they didn't like it, so now they limit me. So we'll see that it goes to 15, and that's hi Frey, hi everyone that's just joining. So I've just started this live. We are limited, as you know, unfortunately. So welcome to anyone that's just joined. And if you don't know who I am the guy that doesn't make stuff up. And I say that because, you know, even Dan McLaren, bless him, gets things wrong. You know, Billy Carson does, and so on. And touch wood, the only person that's debunked me is me, where I've realised that I've said something wrong, and no one else has sort of caught me out on it, which is great. I mean, it's only like minor things, absolutely tiny things, but it annoys me. Thank you, Gary. It annoys me that I got it wrong in the first place, and that's mainly because I listened. Wait for it. I listened to people like Zachariah Sitchin, who was very, very good at learning about, you know, the Anunnaki, etc., the alien race that created us. But early on I took his word for it instead of doing my own research, and I sort of believed him. And turns out when I did my own research that he was wrong on a few bits. So it's my fault for being stupid. And so now I do my own research, which is why I have so many documentaries where I've solved so many things, books out, and so on and so on. So yes, that's me. I am slightly big-headed, but it's only because I put the work in. Very proud of the research that I've done. So if anyone's got any questions about Anunnaki, those, by the way, are the ones that genetically created us. We actually have evidence of that. Far more evidence than you realise, really, when you break it down. And in fact, there's a tablet, as you know, over Christmas, I've been researching, as I always do. There is a tablet that gives the impression, I've got to do a deep dive on it, but there's a tablet that gives the impression that when the Anunnaki slain one of their own, in another tablet referring to how they created us, they had to slain one of their own, which I don't get why they did that. It doesn't make sense. But in this other tablet, it talks about, wait for it, it might be a little bit graphic, but removing the head off of one of their own to create us, which is like, what? Why? What is it that needed to be done in order for them to create us? Because, you know, if it's stem cells, if it's blood, etc., you can do that without, you know, decapitating someone. So what is it that they did? My only conclusion is it's something to do with the orb, the light energy being that joins with the pineal gland. It's the only thing I can think still, but it's interesting. Darwin's hi Darwin, nice of you to join. Hope you're well. I don't know if you're back to work or whatever it is you do, but tomorrow, but I am, so boo. So I thought I'd do one little live and prove that we're still limited to 15 people because TikTok hates me. They never used to. Actually allowed me to have. I don't think my videos are being suppressed. I don't think they are. I think it's the live chats certainly are suppressed. So just going down, see if there's any messages. People's joined, etc. So while I wait for the maximum 15 people that I'm allowed to have, they don't tell me that. It's just me worked it out, obviously, because when every single time I do a live I get 15 people, it's kind of like, well, I'm limited. Tucker's wrote, I'd never heard about above ground tunnels on Mars before. Can you elaborate? So I'm guessing you watched my video of called Everything That Happened, episode 6, where the Ajiji, when they went to the away station, yeah, there's so if you go with the Moorhen translations, again, speaking of the Moorhen translations, I found even more tablets that back up the Moorhen translations of tablets in Columbia. Well, they're now in Columbia University. So it's really looking like they've not said anything wrong. I've never caught them out. So what they've written is I think about 80% now have found different stories of the same story. In other words, different cultures, different ancient texts talking about the same thing. But yeah, so if you go with the Moorhen translations of those tablets, they said that the Ajiji, which are the younger Anunnaki, the sons of God, who took unto to them the daughters of man in the Bible, they were on Mars, which is called Lachmu, and they had to have breathing apparatus. We're at 15, so what will happen now is if it goes to 16, someone will get booted because TikTok will boot someone off and it will go back down to 15, and there it goes, which I'll use again when I reply to them again, saying, look, how the hell can I be 15 for the first half hour? And then it goes up to 30. So thank you. I'm just saying this so that when they listen to my transcript or read my transcript, they'll see that I was 100% correct. So if you look at Mars, there's more than one picture. So I did actually only use one picture, but there's actually a few pictures of these tunnels. Now, these tunnels technically weren't tunnels. They were above ground. But because after the Ajiji came down, the young Anunnaki came down, stole human women, had a big to do with the Anunnaki because they didn't like the idea that they stole women, blah, blah, blah. Finally, it all sorted itself out, and they went back up to, or was going to go back up to Mars to carry on doing what they was doing prior to stealing human women. But there was a dust storm, and it had gone on for a long time, and we're probably talking thousands of years of our time. So when they finally did go back, everything was covered. They said there's, according to the Moorhen, thank you, Jackie, according to the Moorhen translations, everything was covered, which makes a lot of sense because those tunnels that now are photographed from Mars, on Mars, so you can actually look them up. Thank you again, Jackie. Oh, and thank you, Elise. Thank you, guys. Hope you're well. Hope you had a nice time away from work, unless you went back to work, and I feel sorry for you. But yeah, those tunnels weren't subterranean. But if you look at the pictures, there's loads of pictures of these kind of tunnels that the orbiter had taken, NASA's orbiter, and you'll see that they look subterranean, meaning underground, because there's parts that you can now see that carry on under the ground, if that makes sense. But obviously, that's where the dust storm would have covered it over, and thus been now, some of it we're lucky to be able to see. So that's what makes sense to me, that there is these tunnels on there, because obviously Mars doesn't have, we know Mars doesn't have the vegetation like it should to be able to sustain life. And of course, if the Moorhen translations are saying that the Mars atmosphere for the Anunnaki required breathing apparatus to go outside, it makes sense that if they, to walk from one place to another, have a tunnel, but not a tunnel, an above ground tube. And so that makes a lot of sense to me if they're needing to move around without. And obviously, NASA's admitted that there's watermarks on Mars, which means there was water. They admit that there's ice underneath the surface, which means there was water. The Anunnaki, so in the Artrahasas, it talks about the Chlachmu heroes, which were the Ajiji originally, depending on what time frame, because obviously they got upset when they stole human women. But they also talk about the Lachmu creatures. They do. Now, obviously, they're not talking about the Ajiji because the Ajiji are not creatures. So when they asked for when I think it was Enlil asked for the Lachmu creatures to be brought to him, my very educated guess is that they were horses, the slope-back ones that we had 20-odd thousand years ago. Funny enough, mainstream say that the horses that we have now were genetically changed 200,000 years ago. Funny that, isn't it? Apparently, wait for it, 200,000 years ago, when we was going ugh, 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 according to mainstream, we changed the horse's genome. That's a fact. That's written in articles that mainstream have said that we changed the horse's genomes 200,000 years ago. There's a lot more to it than that about the slope-back horse. In other words, so Homo sapiens were around 300,000 years ago. Homo sapiens sapiens, the modern man, which are the smarter ones, the ones that can talk me and you, they came along 100,000 years ago. So in between that, while Homo sapiens sapiens were not around, apparently humans changed the genome of horses, which is, obviously we didn't. It was the Anunnaki that did. But that shows that the Ajiji would have been on Mars at that point, and there would have been creatures on Mars at that point, because the Ajiji, when they came down, it was 100,000 years or about 90,000 years after the Anunnaki had started to breed with the Homo sapiens, which created the Homo sapiens sapiens. So we know that there probably would have been creatures on Mars around that time, because that's not when the dust storm happened. Dust storm happened around, I'm guessing, somewhere between 50 to 90,000 years ago, not 200,000 years ago, which means there would have been creatures on there that could have probably breathed the very poor atmosphere that it did have. But of course, once the dust storm. Thank you, Kerry. Hi, Kerry. Hope you're well. Hope everything's recovering fine for you. So yeah, it makes sense that those tunnels are, NASA's got pictures. I mean, you can just type in tunnels on Mars and you'll see a few of them. To me, it makes absolute sense. Now, I know there's people out there, bad researchers, that will say, oh, it's a previous civilization that was on Mars. Well, technically, the Ajiji were on Mars and they did stay there for a long period of time, but these bad researchers seem to think that it was another race on Mars prior to the Anunnaki, which obviously we've got no evidence of, but we do know that the Anunnaki were on Mars, the Ajiji were on Mars. We've got a lot of talk about that they were in Lakmu as an away station. So I would go with those tunnels being a place they can move forwards and backwards from. Cotswolds wrote, that was lucky. By the way, I'm limited to 15 people. You'll probably guess that, because as soon as 16 comes, what happens is they get booted off. So I'm clearly telling the truth. Cotswolds wrote, that was lucky, even in all. Thought of a couple of questions too. Here we go. Hi, Cotswolds. Nice of you to join. Scrolling there. Andy has wrote, good evening, Natural History and all. Hi, Andy. Nice of you to join. The good news is I think I can now do live chats on my backup channel. It seems to allow me. The bad news is I can't do it as an audio. There's no option, even though I've got the most up-to-date, same on both phones, most up-to-date TikTok app. It's not giving me, so apparently the audio only is rolled out to people that probably will use it. Obviously, my backup channel, I've never done any lives. So I will probably use the backup channel for a live to see whether or not we can break the 15 stupid limit that stupid TikTok has put on me. It stays for about half hour and then it will go up to 30. But on the backup, I'm interested to see, because I'm tempted to say to him, look, my backup channel didn't limit me to 15. So clearly people are interested in the stuff that I'm saying. I have virtually no followers on the backup one, whereas on here I've nearly got 300,000. Thus, I'm certainly being limited. But the problem by doing that, as soon as I let them know, because we used to be limited to 50. As soon as I let them know, they then changed it to the 15 and the 30. So if I let them know that they're definitely limiting me on this by doing one on and getting better views on the backup, I will probably shoot myself in the foot, because TikTok is arseholes, excuse my language to anyone that's listening, but hopefully TikTok understand what they've done. The amount of times I've told them. Scrolling down, Cotswolds wrote, if dreams are our brains processing information, any thoughts on nightmares and night terrors? It's an interesting question. So I have looked into why we dream, not as much as to what we dream. As a general rule, from my experience in my basic research into what people dream, it seems to be a majority seems to be from 2 days ago. So, for example, if you watched a film 2 days ago, tonight you might it may sort of play around in your head. That's not always the case, but that seems to be the general consensus of it. So, where people can um, put the dreams into perspective, in other words, oh, that was actually something about a film that I watched or something that I did. It's generally a couple of days old, which is interesting because you've got to wonder why. Um, I guess it's probably leaving it a day in terms of not that your consciousness is leaving it a day, but in other words, it takes time for you to get past whatever the emotion is that you had at that point for it to manifest itself. So, in other words, time heals. I'm not saying there was watching a scary movie or whatever, but it just gives it time to process probably. Night terrors is it goes back to the being paralyzed as well in your sleep. I don't personally. I don't think that's to do with night terrors. I know some people say it is. Obviously, there's the aliens that do paralyze you in your sleep, so we know that. But the brain is a complex thing, and it does seem to work independently. The thoughts that can come into your head without you wanting them to come into your head. It can bring thoughts suddenly into your head for no reason whatsoever, and so you'll just a small smell that you might not even subconsciously realize, and suddenly you remember back to school dinners or something like that. So the brain is a complex thing. Now, obviously, if it's got an orb joined with it, is there something that orb's doing to facilitate memories, or just going over things itself, or are you getting a feedback loop from that orb that's joined with the pineal gland? So, in other words, is a dream actually a just a feedback? Remembering the last couple of days' past events. Obviously, there is dreams that can go further back than that. Obviously, animals dream. We can see that they dream where they go into an REM sleep, and you can see that they're moving about and all sorts of things. Eyes moving, sometimes feet, and they whine as well. If you're talking about a dog, for example, when it's having a nightmare. Some animals have woken up after being, in some sort of scary nightmare that they have, and then attacking the owner because they don't know what's going on. They've just suddenly been woken up because the owner's frightened for them, being, whining and everything while they're sleeping. And you touch the dog, and the next thing you know, the dog goes for you because it doesn't know what's going on. It hasn't taken time to process. So I'm not an expert on what people dream. I looked more into why people dream. The type of pillow you have, the harder pillow, you got more chance of dreaming. The oxygen in the room, whether or not you've eaten before, the way you lay on your back, the way you lay on your side, the way you put your head, all that kind of stuff I looked into. But the actual what you dream, I know there's people out there that's done that a lot more than I have, so probably not the best person to answer that, I'm afraid. Jackie Deidre, hello, good evening, and Happy New Year. Well, thank you very much, and Jackie, hope you're going to have a wonderful 26. Better than whatever year you've ever had the best. Hopefully, this is going to be the best. Scrolling down, Elise has wrote, hi, Tricia, hi, everyone. Thank you, Elise. Nice of you to join. I'm sure there's more things you could be doing better today, but thank you so much for jumping in. That's lovely. So we've broke the 15 mark. We're now going to the 30 mark, which is exactly what I said would happen. Jansen's wrote, did those women get returned to Earth? They never left. It's a good question. So referring to where the Igigi, as in the Bible, the sons of God that took unto them daughters of man, they never left. They actually set up, they went to a mountain. So they'd fought the crafty little buggers. They came down, they descended down, which is what it says in the Bible as well, from obviously Lachmu, which was Mars. They set up a fortitude on a mountain. I can't remember the mountain's name. It was named. but they set up a fortitude wherever that was, and then they came to the wedding and stole, literally just picked up women and done a runner with them. The Anunnaki then chased after him because obviously, that's not the sort of thing that the younger Anunnaki or the younger gods should be doing, coming and stealing, even though the older ones were doing exactly the same thing, but doing it more out in the open than, just sort of saying, oh, well, I'm going to have this one, that's fine. But when you actually come down en masse, like 200 of them, and steal them and then take them to your lair. So they had actually fortified the area, this mountain. Can't remember the name, sorry. And the Anunnaki then went there after, finding out that they stole these women, human women, and they had a bit of a battle. But because the Ajiji had already fortified it, it became a bit difficult for them to, for the Anunnaki to. So there was a period of time, don't ask me how long, but long enough that the Ajiji ended up having kids with those women while the Anunnaki was still arguing with them. So I would say at least 9 months of debates backwards and forwards. You got to remember, 9 months for them is 9 months of our time for them is, what would that be? Probably 5 days or something like that. I'm off the top of my head. So it's not a huge thing for them, but for us, it's obviously 9 months. But and of course, the women seem to have children around the 9-month mark with the Anunnaki. Funny enough, actually, speaking of that, guess what I've been researching every day. Guess what I found out? So it turns out that Gilgamesh was classed as very strong, blah blah blah. His mother was the Anunnaki as opposed to a father, and his father was human. Now, turns out another tablet that I found fairly recently says that there was another female that had an offspring with, so not I don't want to spoil it, but because I want to do a video on it. But basically, this other female had an offspring with a human, and this offspring was very, very strong, which then made me think, hang on a minute, Gilgamesh was strong. I mean, the Anunnaki said it. It wasn't like, strong for a human. They were like, this guy's strong. And for the Anunnaki to say that this guy is strong is pretty impressive, because obviously they, if you look at the carvings of them, they were well toned. So a second one that's also from the mother's side of an Anunnaki was also strong. So that makes me think that for whatever reason, when a female had a child, human, a demigod, shall we say, that they were strong. Now, interestingly, if you go over to Lucifer, if you watched my amazing document who Lucifer was with evidence, you'll see that he probably was also strong. So I need to read back through. Thank you, Eric. God bless. I need to read back through who, the actual life of the person who was Lucifer, to see whether or not it was mentioned that he was, more stronger than the average human or demigod, because he would have been a demigod. So very interesting. So no, they never took them. They never left Earth with these human women. They stayed on Earth with, and then when the Ajiji did finally agree with the Anunnaki, so the older ones, they're all gods. The Dingir is their race name, so they're all gods, no matter which way you play it. But the the older ones finally did a deal with the Ajiji so that they could keep the women, which is horrible, isn't it? How keep the women? The women obviously, had their own minds, even if they were only Homo sapiens. They still had their own mind, and so to basically be kidnapped and abused is, shows what the morality of the Anunnaki were. They didn't kind of care. And then when you read the Berorus tablet, which I now remember the name because I did a whole video on it the other day. The Boros tablet, which is a priest of Marduk's, when he describes many, I can't say all, he describes many of the hybrid creatures that the Anunnaki were messing with. I mean, literally, you name it, they bolted it together. They used genetics, all types of creatures. Head of a lion, body of a horse, feet of an eagle. Oh, just all sorts of monstrosities. And obviously they didn't care. The Anunnaki didn't care if they're doing that kind of manipulation, which we'll call it a chimera, we'll call it a centaur, we'll call it a griffin, we'll call it whatever. Many different, and no one back then should be writing about someone genetically creating creatures and having a woman. There was a woman keeper of these creatures. In other words, there was cordoned off, and there was a someone in charge of looking after these hybrid creatures. It says it all in that tablet, which is phenomenal to think that someone's talking about genetically modifying many different species to mix them together back then. Shouldn't have that. People shouldn't even been thinking about that thousands of years ago. But obviously we've got tablets telling us that, and this is what makes me so frustrated with mainstream when they say myth, myth, myth. We can do it now, and we probably have. There's probably places that are doing it right now, especially military. But obviously, ethically, they won't tell us they're doing it, but they're doing it. And if we've had CRISPR for quite a few years now, which is the long story short, gene splicing technology. If we've had that, the military's had it way before, way before. So yeah, they're messing around with creatures for sure, and that's why when you sometimes see these creatures wash up on shores where they're nondescript carcasses and nondescript skeletons and all sorts of things, even ones that's washed up while they've still got the skin on, and the military swoop in and pick them up, blah blah blah. They're probably from a place called Plum Island, so that's where they do a lot of these genetic research in. I say research in genetic manipulation is probably better, and it's not just the genetics; it's also viruses, etc. So they put them into insects. This is why I don't like talking about this stuff. This is why they limit me to 30 people after half hour. But yeah, they put them into insects and then send them out. The aeroplanes push them out over whatever area that they want people to get basically gone. So those insects end up either poisoning the food or poisoning the people by biting them. So there was many cases of different types of things, including ticks and fleas and stuff that they've used to pass on diseases deliberately. Anyway, enough of that happy stuff. Snoopy's right. Hello, sir. Happy New Year. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you guys. To you too. Sorry. Chantel's wrote, "Good evening, everyone." Good evening, Chantel, as well. I hope you're well. Kerry's wrote, "Hello, everyone." Hello, Kerry. It's difficult to have a different reply to everyone when they say hello. I'm trying to think quickly. How can I reply differently to make it seem like instead of me just keep saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Snoopy's wrote, "Actually, Mars looks blue when closer. It's not at all that red." No, so NASA, when they first sent us a picture of Mars and it was put on newspapers, it was actually a blue sky. And then, believe it or not, I remember this. I remember because I've been researching. I remember the newspaper. You can go look it up as well. People kept hold of it and stuff. They've got it online. Back in the day, long a time ago, they used to have two newspapers here that will come out morning and evening. That's why we used to have the Evening Standard newspaper. So you used to have two papers. Had many different newspapers, but some of them had two editions during a day. And when they put this Mars picture out and it had a blue sky, people complained and said, hang on a minute, you told us it was red. So then they, in the second newspaper for the day, the picture had changed and it said, yes, we had a filter on that made it look blue. Really sorry. This is what it really looks like. It's like, hang on a minute. Are you that thick? Are you that thick to give a blue? You know what I mean? How thick are they? Obviously, they're not. Well, they are thick for allowing that picture to come out. But yes, supposedly it would have had a blue atmosphere over the top of it as opposed to red. Just because the soil's, a hue of red, doesn't mean the sky is a hue of red. Now we assume that because we have green grass and blue sky, blue oceans, therefore somehow our sky is blue because of those properties, but it doesn't seem to be like that according to people that's been on Mars, whistleblowers. Then they do say that there's also a red ground, but a blue sky. Snoopy's wrote, Mars rover has really opened our eyes when studying Mars atmosphere and its beautiful landscape. Yeah, there is a danger though that they use. There's an island. Never remember the name of it. There is an island that they physically do have. NASA has here on Earth that they use as a facsimile. And unfortunately, some of the pictures that people have scrutinized of the Mars landscape actually have a rodent that's indigenous to this island. There's one where it's got lichen on it, which is also would be found on that island. There's also one where there's a sleeper log, like for a train track, that's seen, which would also have washed up on this island. So basically, it looks like they sometimes put out pictures of fake pictures for whatever reason of Mars. I'm not saying everyone, but thank you, UFO Annie. Bless you. If anyone's interested, follow UFO Annie. She's doing some great research on modern UFOs. Her videos are very, very good, so I would highly recommend them. I don't have the time to do it, so she's basically doing my job for me, even though we're nothing to do with each other as such. But if I had the time, I would be doing exactly what she's doing, but I'm more looking at the sort of other side of things. So that's why I enjoy looking at her videos. So yeah, it's good. So follow her if you're interested in that. Scroll down. Cotswolds wrote, have you done a deep dive into Native American totem poles and the originate from Anunnaki and others? I haven't. It was only the video that someone sent me the other day. I can't remember if they sent me it or I found it, but basically there was an article that was saying that they believe they found the oldest known writing or story in Turkey from some carvings. So in other words, instead of, technically cave art is a story, when you've got literally cavemen drawing stick figures with spears and buffaloes, that predates the carvings in stone. But obviously we can't tell the date of those, but clearly they predate it by probably thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So anyway, this carving that they found, they said, this dates back to about 11,000 BC or 11,000 years ago. I can't remember which one. And so they say, look, it's showing leopards, going to attack this person, and that's the oldest. This is what I hate about mainstream; they're so thick. And so they say that that's the oldest known narrative of a carving. All right, carving, yes, obviously cave painting slightly different, not carving. However, I then went over and pointed out that in Göbekli Tepe, they have this pole. It's not there anymore. It's in the museum, but they have this pole, which is a totem pole. It's even called by the researchers a totem pole. And if you know what a totem pole is, it has a story, which the Göbekli Tepe would predate that by 1,000 years, predating the leopard one. So, I don't know where their brains are at. This is why I don't know if I told you I applied for a job at the British Museum, and I wanted to see what would happen because I wanted to know whether they are what they're anyway. Long story short, there was a job offer that popped up, and it was the type of job I can do. Video editing skills, all that sort of stuff. So I applied for it, and the questions they asked me. Now this shocked the crap out of me. This explains why the British Museum would never hire someone like me. They on there it asked me what my dad's job was. My dad's and my mum's job. Now, both of them's passed, but they asked me what my dad's job was. In other words, clearly they want the toffee nosed, university student, yes man, no man, free bags full, sir. They want that. I am not that type of person. You know, no, I'm not that type of person. Um, but the point is, they're thick because clearly, if I can point out that Göbekli Tepe's got a totem pole, which a totem pole is by definition a story on the pole, then what kind of researchers are there out there that are that thick that didn't even pick up on that? And both of these places are in Turkey. It took me 2 seconds. As soon as I saw it, I said, "No, that's not old. This would be older." 2 seconds, and and I get told, "Oh, what qualifications do you have?" I actually get asked, "Oh, how can you be smarter than institutions and da 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 da? What qualifications do you have?" Freaking a brain. That's my qualification. Anyway, sorry. So no, I haven't done, but it was only that made me think about, as you rightly say. So go number 3 in the class for that. It's a good thing. So it was only that made me think. Hang on a minute. Were there any other totem poles that the Anunnaki have done? But I haven't looked into it yet. But it's a very good question, Cotswolds. It does make you think, doesn't it? Because obviously, we know Göbekli Tepe wasn't done by normal people. There's no one had the brains to be able to do it back then like that. The structures, and there's at least probably 100 of those silos. So yeah, they no one 12,000 years ago, give or take, no one would have said ugh ugh. We're hunter gatherers. No one would have had the brain power to create unless it was the Anunnaki, which obviously it was. It was they were silos. You can absolutely tell it was a silo. If you know how they were supposed to have roofs on them as well in Göbekli Tepe. So, but yeah, no, it's a good point about the totem poles. Yeah, I need to do that, but I've got a long list at the moment of things coming up. There's even more that I haven't put up yet. So if you there's some good ones coming out. The UFOs in paintings and things like that. Which UFO Annie might be interested in the UFOs in paintings when I do that. Jackie's wrote, social media censorship. They only ever censor the truth. Yeah, they do. I know we've got past 30, but I'm sure people are getting booted off. I mean, I had someone the other day, Jazz, I think it was, said he was booted off twice. So they actually boot people off to try and keep the limit to 30. So yeah, they obviously I'm being censored. Thank you, Jackie. Though it's sad, isn't it? MAJK wrote, got electrocuted and became a time traveler. That person's now been blocked by, I'm guessing, a moderator for probably being stupid. MAJK then wrote, now I read in my dreams. And then the same person wrote, time travel shockingly requires a quantum leap of faith from ladder to vacuum cleaner. So I can see why the moderators. And then MAJK has wrote, this is Rocket League. So we can tell that this person is probably about 15 who plays Rocket League, and obviously hasn't evolved yet. Kerry's questioning the numpty, but you'll see that Kerry's probably blocks him very shortly. Scrolling down. The same person who wrote, "Our hearts are superconductors, and our brains operate faster than the speed of light." And not yours. Sorry, not yours. Um, MAJK wrote, "Time's different in hypersuspension." I'm guessing that's hypersuspension. Then MAJK wrote, "Quantum gets us." Sorry, quantum GS meets egg theory, kinda. And then he's wrote, I'm guessing it's a he, let's be honest. "I'm really not the first," because Kerry had asked, "Why haven't you done this before? If it's that easy, or why hasn't other people done it?" And then the same person then replied, "University of Michigan genetically altered my heart as a baby." Um, Cotswolds wrote, "Early Iran photos post was great. The men had tall hats. They are mimicking the elongated skulls." Hard to say, because the Anunnaki did wear turbans that were very high because they had long hair and they didn't seem to cut it that much, which is probably where we get, the Sikhs from with their, let's not cut our hair type thing. So a lot of cultures around the world's probably got a lot of things from the Anunnaki without even realizing that they did. Thank you, LA. I can't read the rest of it. It's probably Layla, is it? I think. Might be wrong. Forgive me. But yeah, so anyone that's interested, there is a video on that Cotswold's referring to that's on YouTube, and the guy, whoever made it, had collated all the oldest known photographs of Iran, Iraq, with all the Anunnaki buildings. Obviously, you tell they're Anunnaki buildings straight away. They've even got carvings of, Enki and stuff as the Lamassu. So yeah, it was fascinating to see all the buildings that we don't see now. They're not seen. We can't see them. They're either covered up, destroyed. ISIS has pretended to bomb them, which is basically military bombing them so that they can get away with not having to show us and us having to ask questions, etc. Fascinating that we could see those pictures, because most of them I'd never seen before and probably will never ever see the real ones, because those buildings are not around or not available to be taking pictures of anymore, which is very, very sad. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. MAJ Kezra, "I was able to withstand more electricity than normal pulse, leap from the ladder with faith." Didn't you say you was a baby when you had that, when Michigan electrocuted you? Sorry, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to think. I know as a baby I had no faith. So when you say you could withstand more electricity when they electrocuted you as a baby, and you're saying it's because of faith, my logic brain's just going, hang on, that doesn't quite make sense. You may now have faith, but back then you wouldn't have known the difference between anything. So I smell something. Kerry's asked, "What's your evidence that you were genetically altered?" And they replied with medical records. Kerry's asked, could she see the evidence? MAJK's, "I think medical records are confidential." Here in the UK, you can actually get your own medical records. So whether or not you want to share them, but you certainly can log into the NHS app now and get your own medical records. Animes wrote, "The angel skull and the Paracas skulls is enough evidence to prove there is intelligent non-humans." I would agree with that. I mean, someone could argue, well, what makes them intelligent just by having a skull? But being in the positions of power that they were, the original proper genuine skulls, leads you to the conclusion that if they could, be in charge of people, does that make them more intelligent than a thick person? Probably yes, because the thick people are the ones that seem to follow like sheep. So you could use that analogy as to say that they were more intelligent. Obviously, if you look at my amazing documentary on the Midas touch, you realise that they were bloody intelligent and they could create gold. If you watch my amazing documentary, you'll see why. And they do have Midas' father had an elongated skull, which chances are Midas had an elongated skull, and so thus the intelligence there is something that we didn't even know could be done. It wasn't until Penn Museum looked at the material that was turned to gold from the tomb of King Midas's father that they realised that wow, this is unheard of. No one's ever done it before. Genius. So you could say that that genius comes from the elongated skull. Again, it may not be, but you could sort of push that argument. Janice wrote, "Thank you for answering my question. So if they mated with the Ajiji, is there a gene in humans?" So technically, yes. So we've got the Anunnaki first genetically modified a hominid species, which would have been Neanderthal. So from that point, we have Neanderthal DNA in us and an unknown DNA, which is obviously the Anunnaki's own DNA, because they tell us that they use their essence. So straight away we have Anunnaki DNA in us to be smarter than the previous, because obviously when you read the tablets, the females gave birth, the Anunnaki females gave birth. So from that, we know that obviously, physically giving birth to someone, we must have something of theirs, some DNA of theirs. You can't just, be inside an Anunnaki and not get any of their, DNA. So from that perspective, yes, we've got DNA. Then they bred with us 200,000 years later. They bred with the descendants 200,000 years later, physically bred with them, which then gave us the demigods, which were the ones that lived longer, the Noahs, the Moseses, and for example, Gilgamesh as well. So those demigods were taller and probably stronger than us, and certainly lived longer than us, the demigods. So from that perspective, we have again a slightly different mixture of Anunnaki, because it was physically bred. But over time, you've got different humans that bred with, for example, not necessarily. So the Homo sapiens may have bred with not necessarily the Homo sapiens sapiens that were demigods, but might have bred with the descendants of the demigods. So you end up with a Homo sapien and a Homo sapiens sapien, but like third generation down from which gives us a slightly different variation on the amount of DNA that we've got of the Anunnaki. So it's swings around, and then obviously we did breed with Homo erectus, which has been shown in skeletons, etc., that they found. And we've also bred with Florensis and Juliansis and da 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 da. So we seem to have bred with everything, and everything seemed to have bred with us and with each other. So then comes the time after the Great Flood when they recreated us again the second time, which they then called us, the ones after, the black-headed people, which is interesting because if they're black-headed, then you wouldn't call people black-headed, because you'd be going, well, hang on, which ones are you referring to? So in other words, it was a new type of race, which I would say would be the Indian type people with the straight hair as opposed to the curly hair, from the African type people, which would have been the Homo sapiens, the original ones. And now we've got the Indian people that had the sort of dark skin but with the straight hair, and that's what I think they called. So that's the distinction between the black-headed people and the African people, the Homo sapiens, in my opinion. Obviously, I have done research to show that they definitely did genetically recreate us a second time after the Great Flood. There is a tablet that literally tells us that, and that's when they limited us to 120 years of life expectancy. So yes, there is DNA of the Ajiji, of the Anunnaki, and even off of demigods, which would probably be more the ruling class. But you never know; some of them may have slipped away. So there may be some people that are sort of direct descendants off of Enki, for example, but may not be royalty. They may have moved away and not had anything to do with Enki since, or in other words, not being royalty or put in charge of anything, or may have just lost their thrones over time. As you know, many wars have happened. MJK is right, but I do have a scar on my chest from open heart surgery. So I'm not sure about the faith, though. If you was a baby and they did that, then unless you're saying later on there was, but unfortunately you've been blocked by a moderator, so I probably won't hear the answer. Scrolling down, this is live. I read every single question out. We are limited to around 30 people, so if you're wondering why we're not in the hundreds, we're limited. MJK has wrote, or MAJK, sorry. What's cool is that I'm the best Rocket League player and my heart surgeon on Earth now, and heart surgeon. So are you saying that you're not a 15-year-old, even though you act like a 15-year-old, talking about Rocket League, which is a computer game? I don't like Rocket League. I don't think any person my age would probably like Rocket League. It's anyway. But so you're a heart surgeon that plays Rocket League that's telling us about Rocket League because your social skills are lacking. Do you get where I'm going with that? Because obviously, if you're talking about Rocket League, a computer game, in a subject in a chat that's got nothing to do with Rocket League, it does make your IQ seem a little bit less than the average bear. And I wouldn't want you as my surgeon. MAJK is right. I'll win the Olympics with my eyes closed. Your IQ is dropping every time you type something now. I'm sorry, but it does come across like you're now 14 instead of 15. Sorry, I'm probably right. MAJK is right. Play guitar with my eyes closed. Yeah, I mean, most people don't look when they're playing a guitar. Yeah, obviously, when they're learning, yes, but if you're singing and you're looking out on stage, you can't be sitting there, with your head down, staring at what chords you're playing. That would be really embarrassing. So yes, most people can do that. It's not a gift. Someone's pointed out, Phil has wrote to MAJK, curious why you mention open heart surgery scar and not your electrocution scar. So Kerry's pointed out. So you're to MAJK. So you're a genetically altered time traveler and a surgeon. Phil was wrote, I have both. Oh, sorry to hear that, Phil. So Phil seems to have a heart surgery scar and an electrocution scar. Don't let your wife near the kettle again, and the bath at the same time. It's a bad joke, Phil. Sorry, but no. Hopefully, it's whatever it was a long time ago, and you're all good. MAJK wrote, what proof? I'm guessing proof, missing an O, is needed to challenge. Please don't tell me you're an open heart surgeon. Please, please, please. I worry for the world. MAJK wrote, technically, thank you, Shane Star. How you doing, Shane Star? Nice of you to join. MAJK wrote, technically the government assassination of that character makes me identify as MAJK Rocket League. Okay. You don't have to tell us how good you are at Rocket League, though. But obviously you feel the need to. MAJK wrote, this meat vessel is 36, I think. In other words, your age is 36. You sure it's not the other way around? 63? I don't know. Sorry, it's just the comments you've come out with. I'm not saying I'm a genius or academically smart or a wordsmith or anything like that. Far, far, far from it. But I know not to go on someone's live chat and talk about playing Rocket League. I don't know. It's just me, maybe. Enoch wrote, "Oh, if you'll bring me up, I'll tell you where we're at either all this. If you bring me up, I'll tell you where we're at either all this." Thank you, Shanester. Just bear with me then, Enoch. Let me see if I can get through these messages because when I do, thank you, Shor. I can't remember the rest of the name there. Sorry, Shori. I don't know what the rest of the name was. I couldn't see the rest of it. Yeah. So when I do these live chats, if I hadn't already planned to let people up, I feel bad if I suddenly let people up and all these people's got messages and questions and I don't get to them because I've now let someone up. I feel bad. I'm that kind of person. If you've ever listened to me before, you know that's. So if I can get to the end, in a timely fashion, and if you're still here, then fingers crossed, I can let you up. Scrolling down, Enoch wrote, "My last name is Plum." That was because I was mentioned in Plum Island. Okay, that's my mum's last name was a colour. I'm not sure which one I would have preferred actually. A colour name of colour. Luckily, I don't have that now. It's just my first name's obviously Almighty, and my surname's God, but no one calls me that anymore. MAJ has wrote, "Future AI tech communication is within this time frame. Pay attention." Thank you, Shane Star. Thank you very much. And then MAJ Cares then wrote Rocket League. Someone loves their Rocket League at 36-year-old, don't you? We get it, okay? We get the fact that you like Rocket League. Falcons wrote, "Our true history. I am an Arabian country. How to get your new books?" To be honest with you, I don't know because I can only do them on Amazon, and if Amazon's pushing them out to whatever country, what I would probably suggest, and it's a lot cheaper if you don't mind, because the books are. I try and do them as cheap as I can. In fact, a new book that I was working on today, I was pricing it up, and I try and do it at £9.99, which gives me some 50p. But I don't do it for the money. But I would strongly suggest, because the content in these books is also on my videos, on my documentaries. So I would probably suggest going to my website and going to my Patreon page, or just go to patreon.com, look for Outer History, because I'm also putting up the audio books of those. I've put my audio books of the other books that I've done. I've just listed yesterday, in fact, I've just listed chapter 1 of the new books on the Patreon page, and it's only £2, and you get like 5 books, hundreds of documentaries, so much more stuff than you would if you paid £9.99 for one book. You'll get everything in documentary format as opposed to the books. So you could cancel as well if you want to, so you don't have to subscribe forever. You can cancel whenever you want, but it's only a couple of pound. So what I would probably suggest, just for ease of use, is just go to the Patreon, sign up, cancel 2 minutes after if you want, and you'll have a month to watch all the documentaries, listen to all the audio books, and it'll save you. But because the last 2 books out would be 2 books at £9.99 each, that's 19 quid, whereas £2 will get you all the documentaries with that same evidence, pretty much the same evidence. There's a bit more in the books, but you'll get enough from the documentaries. So hopefully that helps. Sorry, Enoch wrote, "My birthday was the 1st. I apologise for not knowing. Thank you, Enoch, and guess what? Happy belated birthday. Your birthday is on the new year. That's an easy one to remember, isn't it? When's your birthday? Well, how old are you? It's quite an easy one to work that one out. Even I can do that because I'm the village idiot and I can work that one out if it's on the first. But, well, happy birthday to you. Scrolling down, oh, funny enough, Dioramas wrote to Falcon. You can go on the website and then subscribe to Patreon. It's free, and there is a page. Yeah, there is a free section, but obviously the majority of the content is under the £2 paying thing. But yeah, it works out cheaper. Thank you, Diorama. That's very nice of you to. I still don't know how you pronounce your name. I apologise. Enoch Show, I was hoping to speak with you a minute or so. I know you'll find it quite interesting. Yeah, hopefully, if I can get to the end of these questions. MAJ Cares wrote, we have built in Force Instincts. G-Force Instincts. Sorry, you put, we have built in G-Force Instincts. Well, the G-Force is the gravity against our body. I can't imagine us having that built in, because in order for us to have that built in, if we forget an Almighty God, which there isn't, then we could say, well, the Anunnaki knew that they would be throwing us around faster than the gravity would allow, Mach 2 or G-force. So you could say that they put that built into us, but I doubt that. And then evolution, obviously, back in the day when horses, when after we got horses, we had cars. They used to have people walking in front of the cars because they didn't want the car to go too fast in case the oxygen was sucked out of their lungs. So they had a man with a flag walking in front of the car so that they didn't go too fast, because they were frightened that the pressures of going too fast would be too great. So the chances that we have a inbuilt G-force instincts is pretty slim to none. Let's be honest, none. MAJK is right. When we fly, we remember we flew before. And when you say fly, I'm guessing you mean in aeroplanes. Obviously, the first aeroplane was done or tested in Kitty Hawk, but by the Wilbur and his brother. But I mean, you could technically say, well, what about hot air balloons, zeppelins, things like that? But then you could argue, what about those people at that point that had never flown before, will never be able to remember it? And of course, what you're really talking about is sort of flying, as in Superman flying, which obviously, if you could show me anyone that's done that, I would. Because you say when we fly, we remember. I'm guessing you're on about an out of body experience, maybe, because obviously what your comment there is that of a 12-year-old. I'm sorry. Did you say you're 36? Kerry's wrote to MAJ, I'm convinced you're either a child or a bot. Yeah, I guessed that as well, Kerry. Yeah, it's not quite right there, is it? MAJ Cares then replied back, simply prove it to yourself. Play Rocket League, learn flight, and welcome the dreams. Someone really does like Rocket League, doesn't they? I'm just reading the profile of it. MAJK shows, plays like Beethoven and Shakespeare. I give up. Enoch wrote, I can tell you where they are housing Nimroth. I'm guessing Nimrod. So I have done. I don't know if you saw my documentary on who Nimrod would have been. So I'd be interested to know who you think. If you haven't seen my documentary, I'd be interested to know who you think Nimrod is. MJ Kazra only been talking about inherited presidential scapegoats all year. Maybe whatever it is that you've been talking about, stop talking about it. I'm sorry, just I know I joke that I'm the world's smartest man. I'm not. You guys know I'm not. but MAJK, there's an old saying, for example, I may be the thickest person on the earth, but I'm not unless something happened to you. In other words, you're the thickest person on earth, and then I would be after you. Uh, um, Chrysanoroboto has wrote. I remember that. I'm not sure what I was referring to at that point, so I apologise. Um, Whatever that was referring to. Sorry. MAJK's wrote. Did you know the moon is the result of the third party problem? Did you know that the moon was actually a moon of called Kingu that belonged to a planet called Tiamat that's in ancient tablets that predate any of the stuff that you would come out with? I'll go with the predated stuff. That there's no way that people should have known about the moon and writing about it in that way about the asteroid belt, etc. No one should have known about the asteroid belt, but they did. They bloody well did. Enoch wrote, it's blue because water maliciously reflects a blue hue. So the problem there is obviously, you've got states like, America, you've got states like Antarctica where it's all ice, and yet if you look in the photographs of Antarctica, you see still the same blue hue above. So I personally wouldn't say it's to do with the water. Although 3/4 of the planet is supposedly water, you've still got a quarter of the planet that's not. So you would then think, well, above those areas without the water, would that be a different colour sky? And unfortunately, we all seem to have the same colour sky no matter where you are. So I don't. Thank you, whoever that was. I was looking away there. Sorry, I apologise. Didn't see who that was, but thank you. But just my gut feeling. I personally don't think it's to do with the water personally. And of course, NASA did have a photograph of a blue sky. Now, was that a facsimile? Was that the island, or was that really a picture from Mars? Don't know. Kerry's wrote, "Okay, you're a bot. You're not answering questions or giving any evidence." Shirley's wrote, "She's great." Shelley's wrote, "She's great." Can't remember who I was talking about. Oh, maybe UFO Annie at that point. If that's the case, yeah, she's very good. Enjoying her content. And UFO Annie has wrote, you are always so kind." Tell that to MAJK, who probably thinks I'm being nasty. Thank you, UFO Annie. No, I mean, if I give credit where credit's due, and you've obviously got content now that's with a lot of thought in it, clearly. So absolutely no problem at all with that. And as I mentioned before, anyone, if UFO Annie's still here, just click on her picture and click follow, because her content's really interesting. It's mainly about modern UFOs, the lights in the sky that we see, and she's scrutinizing the colors of them, the shapes of them, and things like that, which is, for me, fascinating, because it saves me a job of doing it, because that's what I would be doing if I wasn't doing the other kind of research. MAJK wrote, "In my name there is." However will be has wrote, hi, however will be. Nice of you to join. Thank you. MAJK wrote, "This is Rocket League." Alex has wrote, "I'm back. I keep getting booted out." See, look, we could get rid of. No wonder why they got rid of MAJK, because it's taking up a space. Because we're limited by TikTok to the amount of people that were allowed in, and we've got a numpty. Let's be honest. MAJK is a prized 36-year-old child talking about Rocket League all day long. Alex, that's really sad, isn't it? They keep getting booted out, and we've got someone here that seems to be stuck here that we would like to be booted out. Enoch has wrote, "The heliosphere is all helium. It reflects a blue hue too." I'll take your word for it. I'm not an expert on the, on the stratosphere and that kind of stuff, so I'll have to take your word for that. Thank you for that, though. I'm not going to read out MAJK's comments anymore because they don't even make sense. Like he has wrote removed from Chattanooga or something. These people walk among us. I do think, honestly, listening to some of these people and watching TikToks and stuff, I know you're all going to think I'm being rude here, but I don't think we was this dumb 6,000 years ago. I think we're actually smarter. I really do. I know you're all going to think, but hang on a minute. We had Pythagoras theorem. We had, over in Sumeria, they taught us so much, and now we can't even string a sentence together. Well, some of us can't. I don't know. I honestly do think that the whole thing was better back then. The education, obviously, by the Anunnaki teaching us, and then we had teachers that would teach children stuff. I mean, we got looking at where they was. Other than the wars, if we didn't have the wars, which were caused by the Anunnaki in the first place, telling humans to go and attack another batch of humans, if we didn't have that, we would have probably been more advanced than we are now. That's just my opinion. Clarissa's wrote "Blimey." Not sure what that's for, but I'll take it. I'll take it on the chin. Kerry's wrote "Time check 7:30." Oh, thank you. I'm slightly behind, but I'm catching up. Clarissa's wrote "Information control." You referring to the 30 limit? Yeah, we do get more than 30, but people get booted off as just mentioned by Alex. He's been booted off twice, so they try and keep me at the 30 mark. But obviously, people are interested in what I've got to say and come on, and so it goes higher than 30. But my God, TikTok's desperate to get me back down to the 30 mark. You can just clearly tell it's a bit of a battle. Very sad. It's all within us, right? The process to getting clarifications are systematic and is not full scope of information. The process of getting certifications are systematic and is not the full scope of information. I'm not sure what that was referring to. Sorry, if you can enlighten me what that's referring to. The process of getting certifications. I'm not sure. I'm guessing. I mean, I know I did say about people say to me, what certifications have you got? So I'm guessing that was to do with that. No, it's not. I mean, you're right. The what you're taught at institutions, universities, for example, isn't necessarily what's actually out there. It's what they want to tell you, and a lot of those institutions are funded by the elites that are the ones that are hiding the information. So it's a vicious cycle, really, which is why it's so easy when I debunk mainstream. And you've probably seen hundreds of my videos where I debunk mainstream all the time. And no one comes back and says you're wrong and tells me where my evidence is wrong. No one. So it clearly means that mainstream are being taught what to believe without their own little brain. And I come along with my own brain and say, well, that's not quite right. Here's the evidence to prove that wrong, blah, blah, blah. Just like I did right at the beginning of this live chat where I was talking about the totem pole from Göbekli Tepe being older than the thing that they said that they found that is the oldest narrative. I pointed that out in 2 seconds flat. And so they can't argue with that because Göbekli Tepe is older than, according to them, older than the... So, yeah, it's ridiculous, mainstream. UFO Annie's right. I'm always interested, just more interested in UFOs. Yeah, no, I totally. I mean, where you are now, I was from 6 till probably. I'll be honest, till probably 15 years ago. It was everything to do with, and after a while, and I'll tell you the reason why I'm not so interested. I'm loving your videos, but why I'm not so interested in the lights in the sky. It was like, it got to a point where all the information I had was lights in the sky, shapes of UFOs, all that kind of thing. and I needed more on that. I needed the inside of the ship. I needed to know, you know, who's running it, where it come from, and I kind of then sort of took a back seat on the lights in the sky because it was very frustrating to try and work out who it was, where they're coming from, what they did, were they coming from the ocean, and I just got frustrated that I couldn't solve it, unfortunately. You know what different races there were, and what kind of infrared technology you need to be able to see some of these UFOs, and so on and so on. So in the end, I sort of moved away from that, and not because I didn't love it, but because I just couldn't get an answer. So this is why I enjoy your videos, because hopefully, you know, with modern technologies and cameras now and everything else, back 15 years ago plus, obviously from since I was 6, we had just, you know, grainy photos. And so this is why I do enjoy your videos, because it's doing what I would have done if I had the time to have done that, and the interest, because obviously it slightly waned when I realised I couldn't solve it. But fingers crossed you get some answers. That's what I'd love to see that. Dioramas wrote laughing faces. That was probably hopefully something funny I said. Enoch wrote, I can inform you on I'm guessing Nimrod. Yeah, it was Nimrod underneath. Yeah. Okay, I'm nearly down here. Clarice wrote, and the Nazarites. I'm not sure what I was talking about earlier on for you to say in the Nazarites. I can't remember. Sorry, Clarice. I'm rattling my. You're probably shouting at the screens saying you was talking about blah blah blah, or someone asked something. I don't know what that was. Forgive me. I don't know what that was referring to. I hate not knowing. I try and remember everything, but it's really difficult on these live chats. Enoch has wrote, the Anakim in the Bible are the Anunnaki today. The Anunnaki, yeah. Sometimes they're called Anakim, yeah. Enoch has wrote, it will make sense if I tell you where they're housing Nimrod. Before you say it, my educated guess is that I won't tell you who Nimrod is. I'd like to see who you think Nimrod is. But my guess is he's over in Antarctica, in the part where there's no ice, the size of America without ice. So I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. And Snoopy's wrote, I love it when you say my amazing videos. They are really amazing. Thank you, Snoopy. It was a long time. Oh God, Kerry knows a little bit. So years and years and years ago, back in early 2000s, 99, well, probably 97 to 2001, I was filming certain content, and the guy that I was working for, at the beginning of every video, he said, welcome to another amazing, and I'm not going to say the name of the videos, but another amazing blah blah blah. Kerry, you know where I'm going with this. And so I somehow I've ended up nicking his intro by saying, welcome to another amazing video from our true history. They're complete opposite videos that I used to film and edit. Complete opposite. But yeah, so I nicked that from him, I admit. But thank you. That's really nice of you to say that they are amazing. Thank you. That's really nice to hear. That's brilliant. Thank you. Jansen's wrote, would you consider the gold that's sent to the Vatican gets funneled to the Anunnaki? It's an interesting question. I like the question. I like the way you worded it. So go number 2 in the class for that. I like that question. So from the Moorhen's translations, that they said that they was going to collect more gold than needed. In other words, have reserves. This was after the Great Flood. So technically, you're looking at, let's just say, 8,000, 9,000 years of gold mining that they could have been doing. Now, at what point did they get enough and not need any more? Don't know. the question then is, if did they actually get all of the reserve, or is there more problems with their planet and they still need more now? So is there gold mines that are actually working in the background for the Anunnaki without even telling us? Over in Africa, there's a gold mine called the Abzu, which is interesting because only the Anunnaki called Africa Abzu. So how did they know? How did the Africans know to call it Abzu? Hmm. And then there's another gold mine called Shiva. Oh no, the company's called Shiva, Shiva, as in the Indian god, which is very interesting because that's another Anunnaki. So, and then there's stories of there was a train once that was laden with gold. You can look the story up. Deliberately laden with gold and was being, completely full. Was being taken somewhere, and the train literally vanished off the face of this earth. Couldn't even find a train, let alone the gold that was in it. Could that have been deliberately made for the Anunnaki, and that they came along and took it? Possibly. So, what you're talking about there, I probably wouldn't say they would take it to the Vatican. The Vatican's far too, even though they've got tunnels, secret tunnels and stuff like that. I still think that would be far too populated for them to, move gold there and hold it and then transfer it to the Anunnaki after. So I do think they would probably, if they needed more gold, certainly use us for it. But I probably wouldn't have suggested that they would take it over to, from Africa, they could probably take it straight to Antarctica, which makes sense because if you look where Africa is, or South Africa, the next behind that is Antarctica. So it would make sense that they had, shipments going there, and then being, because no one's allowed to go to Antarctica and then have that go off to Nibiru. That would be the logical thing, as opposed to taking it to the Vatican and then storing it there and then sending it to the Anunnaki. But I see your point. So it was a good question, but the logic back in the day, they still even when thank you, whatever that was that just popped up. I don't know what, I just saw something. But even when the Vatican was built, there would be no point because they already had landing stations and stuff like that, platforms where their craft would come and collect the gold from. So again, that the Vatican was never designed for storage of gold or transferring gold to anywhere. So I wouldn't say the Vatican. I would say the Vatican's got some serious secrets in there, absolute serious secrets. There's that tablet, with Beruso, who was the priest of Marduk, and in his tablet, he tells you some stuff. I tell you, it's ridiculous, and some of that stuff has to be stored in the Vatican, either in the vault or under the long corridors that they have, miles and miles and miles. I think it's about 20 miles of shelving with stuff on it, and some of that stuff that was in that tablet has to be there. They wouldn't have took it back to Nibiru, so it has to be here on Earth. And some of that stuff is so important to the Anunnaki and to us that there's no way that they would have just left that lying around. So yes, the Vatican, I believe, hold a humongous amount of Anunnaki stuff, but not necessarily gold, personally. Mr. Hindi has wrote, "What's next? When's next flood due?" On that, knowing the past, so we can semi-predict the future events. So the reason why we had the flood in the first place was because the Anunnaki knew, the scientists on Nibiru knew that there was their planet and Earth was going to be coming to the closest to each other, even though there's Jupiter, Mars in between. It's still enough for their gravity to cause problems here on Earth, and they knew that. And they knew that the white lands, which they called Antarctica, the ice shelf would break off because of the gravity pull of Nibiru, which would be 4 to 10 times the size of Earth. So they knew this. It was about 700 years. I did research it again. It's about 700 years that they knew in advance that this is what was going to happen. So Noah was told, and so he had 700 years to build this ark. Now, whether or not he took the whole 700 years or not, I don't know. Whether he had it finished, 300 years earlier or just 699 years earlier, it doesn't say. But they had 700 years. This is go watch my documentary on the Great Flood, and you'll see the time frames. So they knew about it, and so the Anunnaki had a debate. The tablets called Arcturus, as there's many tablets that go through this. Again, watch my documentary on the Great Flood. But they knew that the ice shelf was going to break off, and so it did. The Oxford University has agreed. Not that they knew that the Anunnakis said this, but the Oxford University has said that there was an ice shelf that broke off Antarctica that caused the tsunami, which caused the Great Flood. Totally independent of these tablets. So they basically said exactly the same as what. And Admiral Byrd admits that there's a chunk of land, that's available to us to use in Antarctica, the size of America without ice. So you do the math, roughly a mile to 2 miles high of ice, which is what it is in Antarctica, and it raises the sea levels the correct amount, blah, 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 blah. So when you say when the next flood's due, even when the Anunnakis, comes back round, their planet comes back round at its perigee closest to Earth, it won't cause the same great flood because that size of America with the ice has already been slid off and caused a tsunami and caused the water levels to rise. So we're not going to have the same flooding as we did back then. I know there's people out there on TikTok saying, "Oh, in 2027 we're going to be flooded, in 2030 we're going to be flooded, in 20." Oh, just ignore them. Both, and the only way that would even come close is both ice caps. Because you've got to remember, when mainstream say, "Oh, we're going to get flooded," water world, blah blah blah, that's assuming that the whole of Antarctica is covered in ice. It's not. So we're not going to get that same level of water rise, which they're trying to push. Oh, well, climate change, we're all going to be underwater. It won't be like that because obviously there's, Antarctica's bigger than America, so it has got huge chunks of ice, but there's a size of America that's missing. So we're not going to have the levels that mainstream say that we are, which is why TikTok limits me to about 30 people. We broke that 30, which is nice to see. Sometimes that does happen when enough people stay on and fight back. When they get booted off by TikTok, they come back. Jensen's wrote, "Do you think the Anunnaki educated us as well as enslaved us?" Yes, they actually tell us that. Literally tell us in tablets they taught us. So the first place they tell us that they taught us was Sumer, which is in Sumeria, which is modern day Iraq. And so they tell us that they taught us. I've done a video on where they tell us. So it wasn't just Enlil, it was other Anunnaki teaching us different disciplines, agriculture, textiles, all that kind of stuff. So we've got tablets in Oxford University website. You can go type in teach and the word teach for the Sumerian tablets, and you'll see that many of the Anunnakis were teaching us different things. But yeah, most of the things that we got, the will, money, banking, agriculture, marriage, laws, everything pretty much that we've got now comes from the one place. Even though there was people all around the world at that point, the one place that we've learned anything decent from, the one place out of the whole planet that suddenly we learn all of these things. Honestly, you just go type in what did we learn in Sumer. You'll see a huge list, huge. The one place they tell us they taught us first is the one place that has all of these things that we were taught. So either we had some geniuses that suddenly all come up with all these ideas on all sorts of things, or we were taught by someone that knew how to do these things, and they told us that. So I would go along with the tablets as opposed to imagining that out of the whole planet, only geniuses were born in Sumer. I'd go along with the tablets where they tell us they genetically, not where they taught us all these different things. So yes, they did teach us absolutely, and they did enslave us. And beautiful part is on my new book that I've just finished today called Solved. Um, I added a little bit more to the Mark of the Beast. So I've done a video on the Mark of the Beast where I've solved it. Yay me, genius, blah blah blah. I did say I'm big-headed, but I do put the work in. Anyway, I did a little bit more research to add to the book version of the Mark of the Beast. So I've done a video, but guess what? Guess what? The Anunnaki had people wear on their wrists. Yes, a cylinder seal of who their god was on their wrist. Some people could call it their hand. Oh, hang on a minute. Is that the Mark of the Beast on the hand? Yes. So you've added that all, yeah. So long story short, if anyone wants to know what the Mark of the Beast is, what it pertains to, let me know and I'll go through it all. But documentaries there, but the book has now added that extra bit about the marker stones as well. It's actually a little bit more, quite a lot more actually. I figured, hang on a minute, because I'm so excited by the Mark of the Beast, and sometimes I put down videos to drop on certain days, and I have to sort of rush them to finish them instead of doing, taking my time and looking at absolutely every single angle. So on the Mark of the Beast, I was like, wow, I've solved the Mark of the Beast. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you very much. I've solved Mark of the Beast. Wow, let's put it out. And I didn't think about doing even more research on it, which I did for the book. So yeah, I go through the whole part of where one of the Anunnakis would have took the people from that land. I go through that whole next chapter of that. So where they're basically following another Anunnaki to do with the Mark of the Beast. So yes, just basically solidified what I'd already said, but with a bit more evidence. Animes wrote, "Do you reckon the Avatar movies based on early human creation, etc., Haytons being colonized by sky people?" That's an interesting question. I mean, James Cameron did say that his mother was the one that came up with the idea of a 12-foot, 10-foot blue person. So, did she have any inkling to do with anything in the past? Probably not. Now, James Cameron did say that he was originally going to have a different color than blue and da da da. So it seems like it was a process of elimination to what we got for the film's Avatar. So from that, if we believe James Cameron, then it seems to be an evolved decision to end up with what we've got, as opposed to, oh, I know, let's create these creatures based, or these humans, or whatever you want to call them, avatars, based off of Navi, based off of previous civilizations that would have enslaved various people, da da da, etc. So I probably would say no to that just by listening to James Cameron from your question. But let's read it again. Do you reckon the Avatar? Thank you, Shannon. That's nice. Thank you, Sharon. You don't have to, but it's really nice to know that you're still awake listening to me. Do you reckon the Avatar movies is based on early human creation? If anything, Prometheus, the movie Prometheus, absolutely. They even have on one of the buttons on the craft the Anunnaki's symbol, the home planet symbol. So Prometheus, yes. Avatar, probably not so much. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Shane says, right, okay, at work, listening. Oh, thank you, Shanester, bless you. You don't have to listen, Shanester, but if I will do a questionnaire on the end, I'm joking. Maisie is right. Always a pleasure to come in and learn more from you every time. Oh, thank you, Maisie. That's really nice to hear. So I don't see your name pop up that much. So I guess you sort of maybe sit in the background or whatever. But that's lovely. Thank you to hear that. Do you know what I love is the because I've done this new book called Solved. Most of the stuff, I mean, all of it's on my Patreon videos anyway. But I just tidied it up a bit and added some more information, etc. But in the book one of Solved, it's got the demons, the word demons, and there was a video that Dan McLaren had done the other day, where he said that the word demon comes from the Greco-Roman period, and I did a Stitch video with Dan McLaren, who's a religious scholar, and said, "No, sorry, Dan, it's actually predates that." So anyway, I I was I was because the information for my new book is coming from my videos, so obviously I take the transcripts that I've written for those documentaries and I've put it into this new book. Anyway, at the top of the page of demons, I wrote, and this was prior to Dan McLaren cocking up. I wrote, this was months and months ago, because I actually even put it in the other book called Almighty God or Anunnaki Gods. So this was written months and months before Dan McLaren cocked up. But anyway, what's funny is I was reading it again today to put into this new book for the Solved series, and it said the word demons is not from the Roman period, even though there's many bad researchers that say that it is. And I was like, wow, I couldn't have planned that any better, because obviously Dan McLaren did say it was from the period that I pointed out that it wasn't. So, and of course, Dan McLaren's not come back and done a Stitch video with my Stitch video of his, pointing out, which he does with other people, pointing out where I'm wrong, because he can't, because I'm right. So I found that very interesting. Sorry, I chuckled to myself when I read that, about saying that bad researchers, and there's me, pointing out his error. Snoopy's wrote, "No, you are the smartest person on the planet, smarter than professors." Oh, thank you, Snoopy. I don't know whether to take that as a serious compliment, which I bloody well will. I'm taking that. I'm having that. Thank you very much. Did you all hear that, everybody? Snoopy's wrote, "You are the smartest person on the planet, smarter than professors." If only I could, if only I could navigate my way places without needing two sat navs. Yeah, I know. Don't ask. I'm crap at when I go somewhere. I'm blinkered. I don't know where I'm going. I'm lucky if I get home from work at night every night. So so I'm not perfect. I admit I'm not perfect, but it's really nice of you to say, Snoopy. Thank you. I just use logic, really. That's just, it gets me by. That's about it. UFO Annie's wrote, put heart and wrote, "Not necessarily. I'm here for you, but I appreciate it." Oh no, I think people should learn from you. I mean, I'm thoroughly enjoying your videos. So if I'm enjoying them, hopefully other people will. The Earth Lovers wrote, "Do you know about the Siberian plume?" I don't. I've not heard of that before. If you could give me a little hint on what that's about, that would be very interesting. Snoopy's wrote, "It's so amazing that you are sharing all this information to us, and we are so grateful." Oh, thank you. I know it's really nice. I feel bad that there is a Patreon page with just a couple of pounds for, but I do lose money. You must know I lose money. I'm off every Thursday, working, and I work in the evenings, and I work on the evenings, weekends. So doing these videos and researching. So I actually do lose money by losing a day every week, 4 or 5 days a month, depending on whether it's a 5 week month. So I hate. I'm not a money person. You can probably tell it. You've probably heard me so many times. I hate talking money in that way. Asking people for money, I don't like it. But a couple of quid is good value if you're interested in this kind of stuff. So I appreciate, but that's why I do these lives for hours and hours, because other than the brand new content that I'm putting out, like who Lucifer was, I don't want to really say it at the moment because it's unfair on the Patreon people. But Mark of the Beast has been out now for over a year, and if someone asks me about the Mark of the Beast, I'll explain it to them. So I do give the information out, but obviously the new stuff goes for the people that took the effort to support me by paying, which is, I hate asking someone for anything. I don't need the money. It was my daughter that made me do the bloody Patreon thing. I was doing them free of charge before, and she's like, "Dad, you should charge. You do the website. You take time off work. You lose money. Da 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 da." So I did it as cheap as I possibly could because you got to remember Patreon takes their cut as well. So, but thank you, Snoopy. That's really nice. I appreciate that. I feel bad, but at the same time, very grateful that you enjoy learning. Dharma's wrote "Make Anunnaki Great Again." I like that. Get a gold star. I like that. We're gonna get uh, mega hats again. I'm gonna get mega hats. I'll probably get told off for wearing a mega hat, but it's Anunnaki. Shannon's wrote, "Do you believe that Michael Tellinger says about the vibrations in the planet?" I like Michael Tellinger. He does get things wrong with the Anunnakis. That's understandable because when you don't research the Anunnaki, like I do, you make a mistake. And he's probably listening to Billy Carson and other people that make up crap without doing proper research. But I have watched his, I've subscribed to, believe it or not, I've actually subscribed to his, um, I think it was a Vimeo, with his videos and stuff. For whatever reason, doesn't do it on Patreon or anything. He does it on Vimeo. But anyway, so I've watched a lot of his content. I've spoke to him. I've sent him messages and stuff. I think he's on the right track, 100% on the right track. With the earth and the energy and the vibrations and the cinematics and the ley lines and the energy coming from the planet. Absolutely, I think he's on the right track. When he talks about the Anunnaki, he's made quite a lot of mistakes. I've seen him stand in front of people on stages and stuff, splurting out stuff that he really doesn't know what he's talking about, which is really sad. It only confuses those people. But his stonework, I'm still unclear on whether or not he's correct on the petrified stones being body parts of giants and animals and stuff like that. I'm holding back on my thoughts on that. But yes, he's right. The henges, and the stones and stuff like that, they do have a line of stones that go from one place to another. So clearly, the energy is being transferred from one set of round stones down a long line of stones that were sometimes some are still there, down to another area where there's stones. So it seems like a circuit board. So I do believe he's certainly on the right track with that. And again, if you look at ancient Rome from above, it is literally a circuit board. Now, people have built on top of things in Rome and Greece. They have, people's built so much more stuff on top, which is a shame because obviously, if we had what was left originally, like there's a landing platform in Lebanon, which has now been built on top of. So you can see the layers. You can see the first ones where these blocks are absolutely huge. No one, we couldn't even move them today. But since then, they've built on top of it and on top of it. And in fact, Solomon was told to build his thing on top of that as well.
Back in the cupboard.
Sorry, my boy's here. So yes, going back to the vibrations and the planet. Yes, I do think he's on to something. I think there's enough evidence of ley lines, personally, to suggest that there is vortices or crossover points, etc., where the ley lines cross that produce a little bit more energy than the other parts. So, in other words, where they intersect. So, in other words, the planet seems to have some sort of grid system that produces energy in certain key points. From my research, and obviously from his, he comes across with the same sort of conclusions. And I think he's really good at that. So yes, the answer to your question is yes. He's really good at that. But when he talks about the Anunnaki and what they did and stuff, he's unfortunately off wrong, sadly. Master Hindis wrote, "That's rigged." I'm not sure what that's referring to. If it's to do with me only having 30 people, like I said right at the beginning of this live chat, and that they will kick people off while I'm doing the live just to get me down to 30, which is exactly what's happening. Yes, it's rigged. If that's what it's referring to, I don't know if that was. Shannon has wrote, if so, could our planet's tectonic plates as vibrating plate? That's a good question. I've not looked into whether or not they actually are continuously moving, because the chances. So the problem with that is, if they do move, and I know supposedly they do move, centimeters a day and stuff like that. I've heard stories of. Then, if you built a building above, then in probably 100 years or 1,000 years, the epicenter of that line that you would have built above, in order for the tectonic plate to act as a vibrating plate, would now have shifted slightly. In 1,000 years, which is, you've got to remember, the Anunnaki were here 400,000 years plus. So the logic says no. If the plates are moving slowly but still moving, then it'd be pointless building a building if the tectonic plates are moving in the time scales that the Anunnaki live for, because obviously for them 1,000 years is 4 months. So I hear what you're saying. So I don't think the tectonic plates, personally, just off the top of my head, would be part of that whole, as mentioned before, about the sound and everything else, the vibration. So I don't think it would be the tectonic plates. Just off the top of my head, I'm not a geologist, unfortunately, but just as a guess, you could be right, but if they are moving, then it just you'd have to keep moving the buildings and the everything over a period of time if you wanted to keep them there. UFO Annie's right. I understand. No worries at all. UFO Annie. Cool. ETA's wrote, do you know who Yolbadoth is? Someone else has asked me that. I've never looked into the name, I'll be honest. If you can. Oh, you don't follow me. I was going to say, I'll follow you back, but you don't follow me. So I don't know who that is. I've never looked into the name. I apologise. I do research every day, so it's not like, I'll take a day off and not research and not do anything. But unfortunately, I've never needed to come across that name to research it. So if someone asks me, reminds me, not necessarily on a live chat because I will forget, but if someone asks me, to look it up when I'm near a computer, I'll write it down and add it to my list of things to look into. So, but unfortunately, I can't answer it, I'm afraid. Scrolling down, Snoopy's wrote, so Noah lived that long. Yeah, so if you go by the Bible, it's like 900 and something odd years, and then he died. But the problem is, he did move. So he lived, they knew for 700 years that so we have to put it in perspective. They knew the ice shelf was going to break off around 700 years later. So they knew that. Enki told his son Noah, but we don't know what that was. We don't know when his son Noah was born. So his son Noah could have been born 500 years later, so meaning there's only 200 years left before the Great Flood. And then he's decided, I know what, I'll tell him to build an ark. So the descriptions in the tablets give the impression that straight away from the assembly that they had, that Enki goes straight over to Noah's house and says, listen, this is what's going to happen. So it gives the impression of that, but it may not have been. It could have been 300 years later, 500 years later. Obviously before the Great Flood, so we know it wasn't 700 years later. Otherwise, Noah would be a baby and wouldn't have the mental capacity to build this bloody big, round, coracle-shaped boat. So we don't know the time frame that it is. So the best we could probably do is say either 700 years before, or probably allowing him enough time to be extremely wise. um, giving him, another. So he could have been anywhere from 700 years before the flood to probably 300 to 400 years before the flood, allowing him to, have children and so on and so on. Again, it could be just 100 years before. I don't know, but so yes. So in the Bible it says 900 years, but the problem is Noah did change his name. So not only did the flood happen and he disappeared, so the people that helped him build the ark, if any of those survived, then they would have said, "Wow, Noah died in the flood." They might have thought he died in the flood because obviously, the whole land mass totally changed, and they may never even knew that Noah survived. So that there's that perspective, but also after um, after the flood, Enlil gave Noah long life. Not obviously not as long as the Anunnaki, but gave him long life. So you could say, well, hang on a minute, how's he do that? If he's already a demigod, son of Enki, how the hell did Noah end up being even longer life? But the Epic of Gilgamesh tells us that Noah had the elixir plant, which is the rejuvenation plant. Um, the fountain of youth, that kind of thing. So he had that when Gilgamesh met him, and Gilgamesh, when he spoke to him as a different name under the name Upanishadam, they were talking about the gods of old. So time had certainly passed. So Noah could have been, from the way it's written, when Gilgamesh met him and knowing when Gilgamesh was, we're looking at another few thousand years, quite a few thousand, probably 3 or 4 thousand years after the Great Flood. So is it possible that Noah did actually live that long? Well, the Anunnaki live on Earth for hundreds of thousands of years. So it's totally possible that being a demigod of an Anunnaki, plus having the elixir plant that will help rejuvenate him, could he have lived for a few thousand years? Yes. I mean, if you look at the king's list, you can see that demigods did, in fact, rule for thousands of years, which means Noah could have actually lived longer than the 900 years. So hopefully that answers your question. I mean, obviously we don't have exact evidence, but that's the logic from how it plays out from the tablets. Jensen's wrote, "You once described Earth not flat or round. You said it goes down. If a drawing, how would it look?" So it's so there's a huge chunk, and this is mainstream telling us there's a huge chunk out of Earth. So it's only covered by water that gives the impression that it's round because the water's covering, the huge chunk. So it's from what imagine Pac-Man. That's the best I could describe. Um, with the big chunk taken out like a pizza. Now imagine one part being longer. I get where you're going with this. Actually, you're now making me think. Now imagine you've made me really, really think here. I don't know if this is where you was going, but if it is, genius. So imagine the top part of Pac-Man's head, where his eyes are, is longer than the bottom part. So in other words, it's a different. That would solve all the fucking that. If that's the case, I didn't think about this. If that's the case, that would solve all of the discrepancies we have, or there's only one discrepancy. That would explain. Oh my god! If you was going down that road, wow, I'm gonna have to research this because if it's longer on one particular part and shorter on the other, in other words, more round on one part and longer, more elongated on the top half, for example, then that would solve all of the mysteries that we have with the flat Earth and why it's longer and but still round. If you take a rocket up, it will still look round because of the oceans that are covering the huge chunk of it. But you wouldn't know that it's oversized. Interesting. Wow. Okay, that's something I should look into. That would explain a lot. That would explain a hell of a lot. Okay, that's interesting. If you thought of that, Jensen, then hats off to your genius. But I will look into that. That's because I've already done books on flat Earth and globe Earth, but I never, even though I was aware that the shape of the Earth wasn't quite as it should be, I didn't like an idiot. I didn't put that together. That could solve it. Wow. Okay. Sorry. I'm just. This is how I get excited by things. I will look into that, guys, and I will do a documentary on it, try and get as much evidence as I can, because that would solve. Sorry, I'm waffling on about now. Snoopy's wrote, "When you're in Antarctica, you'd think you are on the top of the planet, but you're actually at the bottom." Um, Technically, on a ball, there is no top or bottom. Technically, um, because there is no top or bottom to a ball. We only, if we was holding the ball out in front of us, we would assume that the floor is the bottom, what we're standing on. So therefore, if we're holding the ball out, then the bottom of that ball would be the closest to the floor. But obviously, in space, there is no top or bottom. So technically, there is no top or bottom to a ball. Um, so Antarctica, you could be at the bottom, but also you could be at the top. So if you was flying in from, um, outside of our solar system, and your craft was aligned so that Antarctica would be the top, then you would think Antarctica's the top because you're coming in at that angle that you're looking at the top of this globe, uh, with the ice shelf at the top, being the top because your orientation is thus that's the top. Scrolling down, Jensen's wrote, "Did the Anunnaki expect humans to worship them as gods or higher beings? Do you think?" Oh, they worshipped them as they were Dingir. So I know there's people out there that say, "Oh, they pretend that they were gods," and that they never, ever, ever, ever. There's no evidence whatsoever that they pretended they were gods. And even if they did, we would have needed to know what a god was in order for us to fall for the fact that they said that they were gods, which we wouldn't have known. So those people, Billy Carson, are absolutely haven't got a clue what they're talking about when they say that they pretend to be gods. It's stupid. Could you imagine the Anunnaki creating the first human race, going, right, we've just created these guys. I have no idea what anything is whatsoever. Gee, we should pretend we're God. Yeah, that would confuse these people, wouldn't it? So people, yes, we know you don't know what a god is, but
WhatsApp.
we're gonna
Someone has
be
sent you a WhatsApp.
we're gonna be your gods. Okay. So now you have to worship as a god. Okay. What's a god? Well, it's this almighty thing, but you're almighty because you created us. Yeah, we are. You could say that. But God's, eternal. Yeah, but you live a lot longer than us. In fact, you called yourselves eternal. So why can't you be the gods? Well, that's true. Yes. So no, they are the gods. No, we worship them as. So imagine you created this little species that, minions. Let's pretend you created a species of minions. Um, you wouldn't pretend you're a god. You would just be you, telling them to do what you wanted them to do. And that's all the Anunnaki ever did. There's nothing that they'd done anything different other than just telling them what they needed them to do. We want you to serve us food. We want you to look after the livestock. We wanted just you to, go get lard for our baths. Yes, they had lard baths. I know, don't. I know. Well, maybe there's something in it. I don't know. But they had lard for baths. They put that in the bath. They loved their ointments. Oh my God. If you type in on Oxford University's translations website, ointment or creams or all that kind of stuff, my God, they loved the smell of whatever it was they was putting all over themselves. But anyway, yes. So no, they didn't think that they were a higher being. They never pretended they was a higher being. They never did anything whatsoever that would give any impression. Which is why I think people like Billy Carson that pretend that he knows what he's talking about is ridiculous. absolutely ridiculous. And I've asked him, I've done stitches with his videos saying, Billy, could you show me the evidence of the stuff you just talked about as opposed to showing evidence for? Never. Never comes back. Ever. Won't ever come back. Oh, he'll come back to freaking West Huff. He'll do video replies talking about West Huff when West Huff pointed it out, even though I could have destroyed. I did do a video helping Billy after that. Not that he probably even knew I did it. I did email him actually saying that I can destroy West Huff in a one easily video, and you can use my information, do the video yourself if you want. I emailed Billy, got no reply. But yeah, he doesn't come back and debunk any of the things that I've debunked on him because he can't. So yeah, no, the Anunnaki didn't pretend that they were anyone other than themselves. Jensen's wrote, did the Anunnaki manipulate orbs or light energy prior to it entering its human form? So from my research, the only time, it's an interesting question. Go number 2 in the class. I like that one. It's an interesting one. So the only evidence that I can come to the conclusion of is that they knew about the orbs or spirits prior to the Great Flood. However, after the Great Flood, they knew what happened after life, how to, I think they knew a lot more after the Great Flood. And that's basically based off of the Emerald Tablet. So, did they, after the Great Flood, did they manipulate the orbs in any shape or form? I don't know if they could even capture them. Because you've got to remember, if we believe the Emerald Tablets are Thoth, it took Thoth a whole pyramid to build, to go down to the halls of Amente, to even be able to communicate with an orb. So to do that, just to talk to one, let alone grab one before it joins with a fetus and manipulate it in some way, I probably would say no. I don't think they had the technology, certainly not back then, to do that. Now, alien greys, yes, absolutely, yes, but not the Anunnaki personally, in my opinion. It's an interesting question, but yeah, I just don't think they had that ability to do that, or even the willingness to do it, really. What benefit would the Anunnaki have had? They're here to save their planet, and so manipulating an orb that joins with a baby or fetus, whatever you want to call it. That's not to say they didn't, but I can't see them bothering. But then you could argue, but what was the point of them creating all these bloody hybrid creatures that they did? So you could make a fair argument with that. You could say, well, what was the point of him doing that? It was just experiment. So I've not read anything. Gut feeling is no, but thank you, Nicole. Oh, hi, Nicole. Hope you're well. Hope you're wherever you are, home, safe and well. But yeah, no, Jensen, it's just a gut feeling. So you could be right, but I don't know. UFO Annie's put laughing faces. Master Hindis wrote yes, we heard. I don't know what else for. You've put a laughing face, so hopefully something funny that I'd said. Shane says wrote that deserved a follow for Snoopy. Maybe Snoopy put something funny then. I apologise if it was. Jensen has wrote, have you directly challenged the establishment yet, Church of England? No, I mean, I'm limited to 30 people on TikTok. There's no way they're going to reply to me. On my backup channel, I've still got loads of videos that I haven't put out. You've probably seen a couple where I've reshared on this channel where I'm pointing out where religious people are wrong. I've got so many more saved on that, so I'm sort of doing one a day because they're the long form ones. They're like 9-10 minutes long because I like to point out the evidence, etc., on those ones where I'm debunking people. So there's quite a few religious people that's due to get a good debunking. Whether or not they will ever say, "Oh, let's debate," I doubt it. I mean, let's be honest. Either Wes Huff, who I've destroyed, or Dan McLaren would probably be the two people that would come close to having a proper discussion with me. Both of those won't. there's no way they would do that. Even Dan McLaren knows not to go there, because I've pointed out errors that he's done, and I've got a 10-minute video on my Patreon debunking Dan McLaren's some of Dan McLaren's videos, or one video in fact that he did longer. I think it was a long video, and I done a debunking video of that with some serious evidence. I don't put it out because I keep it on the Patreon because A, I can use that in my back pocket for if he ever tries to catch me out, and B, um, I kind of like Dan McLaren. He reminds me of me, but unfortunately he took the wrong route. He took the religious route, which ended up being the wrong route. And he knows it. He's not freaking daft. He's actually quite an intelligent guy, so he knows it. But there's nothing he can do about it. So he has to just tell the truth by saying there is many gods in the Bible, and they didn't do this and they didn't do that, but without saying that they were the Anunnaki, because he can't. But going back to the challenging them, there'd be no point. I mean, I'm already limited to 30 people on TikTok, so Christ knows what would happen if I said to the Pope or anyone, "Hey, come on, let's have a debate." Probably wouldn't go down too well. I would win, but they wouldn't like it, I'm sure. Kerry's wrote, "Hello, Clark, darling." He's thank you. He's came in. We went to my sister's today. We played some card games. Anyone played Uno? Don't play it when your sister's daughter's drunk and very loud. That, like, a simple game of Uno took fucking hours. But yeah, we had fun. Clark can play Uno. He knows how to play it, bless him, but he didn't want to join in. So yeah. But thank you for asking. Who is Red John? Has wrote hello. Who is Red John? Welcome. I'm guessing that's a rhetorical question of a name you've got there. Tucker's wrote, "The Earth is wider at the equator." Yeah, I think it's probably from the descriptions of what I've seen of images of the Earth without its water, it does seem. I can't believe I didn't think of that before. I can't believe I didn't think of that. So yes, yeah, you're probably right. So I need to do a proper research on this, because I think NASA's put out a new picture. I don't know if you saw it today or yesterday, of the Earth from space, and this time they put stars in the background. Funny that. They must have got AI to say, "Can you check that the stars are in the correct place?" Because people will spot it a mile away that it's fake. Onions wrote, put a little hand. Hi, Onion. Nice of you to join again. Cotsworth wrote, "Could the lard have been used to make soap rather than an oil bath?" Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they had to get the lard and take it for the bath, but you're right. It could have been used as a. Yeah, I mean, I was being stupid, but yeah, you're right. It probably was soap, instead of having a bath full of lard. Although saying that, there are people out there that have baked bean baths and all sorts of things. So, but yeah, no, you're probably right. It was probably soap. Yeah, so get a gold star for pointing out me being stupid for not pointing that out. So well done. History and Coins has joined. Oh, hi, History and Coins. How are you today? Hope everything is going along nicely. Now it's almost back to normal, so you can sort of, in terms of hospitals, etc. I'm guessing, fingers crossed, everything's okay with you. Snoopy's wrote, "TikTok doesn't want to know our true history." No, it doesn't. I mean, look, you can tell we didn't. We hit 40, but that's people were getting booted off to get us back down to 30. So absolutely limited. Which I'll send them another message again. They don't reply anymore. They've given up. But so I'll be interested to do the live chat on my backup channel, because if it goes over 40, then this one's completely limited. History and Contract, I would love to have a very interesting conversation with you. Me, I'm. Let me know if it's a private one. Let me know if it's one on here. Let me know. Kerry's wrote 9 p.m., so I've caught up. Darwin's wrote, how could Dan McLaren be a Mormon when he knows about the Anunnaki? Because personally, I think he's not daft. I think he knows. I mean, he knows the Bible inside out. I'm not sure if he's a Mormon. I don't know what religion he is, if any, or if any now anyway. But yeah, I mean, I've watched his videos where he's literally talking about, groups of deities or gods, having assemblies. There's older gods, there's younger gods. He's said it all the things that literally I say, but obviously we're talking about Anunnaki. He's saying from the biblical point of view, from the wording from the Bible, he's quoting it, and debunking people that have obviously got it wrong, and so he's pointing it out as it is. So he'd have to be, he knows about the Anunnaki. He's read about Sumerians. I know he has. I've seen videos where he's talking about them. So he would have to be the biggest Mormon, and reword that, the biggest Mormon in the world to have studied everything that he's studied and looked at the Anunnaki and then decided that those same people that did the same things as the gods in the Bible are not the same ones. It'd have to be the biggest Mormon in the world to not work that out. And seeing as he does come across really intelligent, or certainly logical, I'd say, he knows. But he's spent his life studying the Bible. So there's no way he's going to turn around and say, "Sorry, I'm jumping ship now." He can't do that. But what he can do is make money, doing his TikToks on, and selling his T-shirts and books and stuff that he does. Good luck to him. But he can't turn around now and say they're Anunnaki. He can't. His whole life has revolved around, religion. And so if he changes that now, then basically he'd be turning his back on something that he spent his whole life on, which I would have the balls to do that personally. I would say, well, hang on a minute, I learned that that's now not the case. But maybe my balls are bigger than his. No, we're not going to measure. Snoopy's right. I played Uno, but I'm better at backgammon. I've never. I've got many. I've probably got boards here of backgammon. I've never learnt to play it. You have to put them on those long, pointy, triangle-shaped things or something. Never learnt to play it. So yes, one day I will have to learn to play it. Andy's wrote, when do you think Anunnaki moved to Antarctica? It might have been a gradual thing. I don't know. They obviously were aware of the White Lands. They knew about them 10,000 years ago. So we know that they knew about them. So if we look at the last time the gods were around. So if we look at the pantheon of gods over in Rome, you're looking at a couple of thousand years ago. If you look at Marduk with King Solomon, that was 1,000 years ago. So I would probably say some went probably a couple of thousand years ago. In other words, the time of Jesus. Some stayed in the Middle East. Not many at all. So I would, an estimate, I would say, at the very least, I mean, taking into account Scandinavia, when there was like the Norse gods, etc., which have been in Anna, that come, that would have came after India, where she was Kali over in India. So if we take everything, so look at it as a whole, I would probably say some left 1,000 years before Jesus, so 3,000 years ago, right up to about 1,000 years ago, because that's pretty much the last time any decent story of a god was involved in anything, which is what makes me laugh when people say, God's around. Well, how come he's not done nothing now? And the angels have stopped. Everything's stopped since the Anunnaki stopped. So yeah, I would say over a period of about 3,000 years, just basing that off of the time frames for all the gods in different areas sort of disappearing and not being mentioned anymore and not being seen anymore. So over 3,000 years, from about 1,000 years to 2,000 years BC to about 1,000 AD. That's my gut feeling, based off. I mean, I could do the a video and go through the calculations of when each was last seen to try and work out when the last one would have been, and put names to them. So, in other words, Marduk probably was the last one to move, and that would be based off of him being the main god talking to King Solomon. So the others probably would have, moved on prior to him. So he probably was holding his last ditch effort as captain of the ship, so to speak, before he ended up moving on. So that yeah, I mean, I could do a video on that and put all the time, times and stuff of when all the last Anunnakis were at whatever areas. So yeah, if you want me to do that, Andy, you know what to do. Remind me somewhere else because I'll forget after this. Kev has wrote, "Good evening, mate. Hi, Kev. Nice of you to join. Hope you're well." Uh, Kerry's wrote to Darwin. I believe he's employed by the church. I'm guessing that's Dan McLaren. If he is, that would make a lot of sense. But Kevin's wrote, TikTok just rewarded me for listening to 500 plus minutes of you. Why can't they bloody reward me? Thank you, Kev. No, well done. You deserve everything you get for listening to me. Everything you get. No, that's lovely. It's nice that, 500 minutes. Wow. Poor sod. I feel sorry for you. I could probably just about stand an hour with me. History and Coins, right? I'm still alive, God, but very tired still. I bet. Going through everything you go through. Yeah. Well, we're here for you. Jensen wrote, flat Earth being one of the biggest topics on social media, it would be great to see the truth. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've done, as you know, I've done books on flat Earth and globe Earth, but I never even thought of the shape until you mentioned it. So that would make a lot of sense. Oh man, I've got to remember to write this down somewhere. I'm sitting in the front room with no pen. You remember the olden days when you used pens, when pens were around? Now, if I can't use my phone to store any information, I'm buggered. Darwin's wrote he made a vid stating he was a Mormon. Did he? Wow. Wow. I mean, I really struggle with the Mormons. I mean, let's be honest. There was plenty. How I don't want to badmouth them, but let's be honest. There was gods prior. What virtually Mormons is one of the last gods to come along. All those other gods before me, or that did all those other things. It was really me. I was I was sleepy and I forgot to tell everybody. Ignore the Sumerian gods. It was all me. Yes, but you've come along way later after everything. Yeah, I was busy. I'm so sorry. So how did they know that there was even a thing called gods back then? If you wasn't around, Mister Mormon God. Um, that's a really good question. Let's move on to another question, please. So did you do the things that the Anunnaki did, the floods and stuff? Well, I have to say yes because I've come along a bit late to the game, and obviously there's Bibles and stuff that says stuff. So I just can't grasp how people can't grasp that. Do you know what I mean? You have to go back to the oldest mention of the word gods, which is Dingir, which is the Anunnaki. You have to. You can't just pick one right now, otherwise I'll say I'm a god, which I've already done. But do you see what I mean? You have to go back to the oldest one because if you made up something right now, let's just say you made a new device, you would be the one to go to find out about that device, not 1,000, 2,000 years later when there's no records of whatever it was that you created. You would need to go back to you really to get the proper information. And how Dan McLaren can't figure out that if I don't get the, and they're not daft people. I mean, Brendan Fugel, the guy that owns Skinwalker Ranch, is a Mormon. Obviously, his parents were, and that he was brought up as it. But he's not a daft guy, and obviously he's looking for aliens, so he's not daft. But yet he's still a Mormon. Does no one go back and look at the beginnings of stuff, or do they just say, "Here's a book, read this. That's what you're doing now"? Okay, I don't know. I have to go back to the beginning of something. But thank you, Darwin. If he did that, then he's the biggest Mormon I know. If he hasn't worked out that that particular God came along way, way, way. History and Coins, right? One on here when we both have time, and a private one beforehand. No worries at all. Okay. Yeah. Let me know. We can try and chat some way on the background. Did you know, History and Coins, on the other platform, IG, you can actually have phone calls, literally live in IG on direct messages. History and Coins, right? I'm on level 31 of Outer History Lives. Ah, I know. It's I think Kerry's the most, because I had a thing for last year. It said, all the people that listen in and stuff, and Kerry's name. It didn't say who was second, so I'm guessing you're probably second, virtually right behind. But I know because of the issues that you have, that you may not struggle to get here all the time. That's why Kerry seems to have been number one, and it's nothing to do with the Weetabix. It can't be. Or a Jeeps. History and Coins wrote, love backgammon. I've never learned to play. Learned to play chess. Now you guys know what I'm like. How do you think? Do you think I'm any good at chess, or do you think I'm bad at chess? I mean, just know which way you think. Um, anyway, or maybe maybe in between, in the middle. Andy's wrote, do you think elongated-headed aliens managed to get any Anunnaki genetics? Do you know? I have thought that myself. So go number one in the class. I like this question. I never gave it too much thought, but I did think about it, because if we take the word of the whistleblowers that have, whistleblowers that have said about Project Serpo, where the Zetas are here just to collect genetics, then there's a freaking, possibly a 20-foot race that has our genetics that preceded us, that are probably more intelligent than us, blah blah blah. Would, if they're taking genetics from us, which they are, Betty and Barney Hill, and the Area 51, and so on and so on, plus the Mexican, there was another Mexican UFO. I don't know if you knew the story about the two ranchers saw a UFO. It landed, but the occupants were dead. In other words, the aliens were dead, and they peered through the windows of this craft while they were out on their ranch, and they saw human body parts on the floor on this craft, along with the little dead aliens. Anyway, long story short, they called the police, blah blah blah, and military turned up, and they said, "This is national security. Swear that you'll never tell this." But on their deathbed, they told it, because they thought this is like crap, being, because back then in the 50s, everything was patriotic, just after the war, blah blah blah. America's great. Do your duty and keep quiet. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So they did, and then as time rolled on, they realised what a crock of crap, and so they spilt the beans. So, going back to your question about genetics, so if that was the Zetas, I'm not saying it wasn't, because it's really difficult to know. When you're talking greys, it's really hard to know, when people just say a little alien with big eyes, whether it was the Orions or Greys. But either way, if they're here for genetics, which they are, and you've got an alien race that's superior to us, let's be honest, the Anunnaki are superior to us. I mean, they created us, so the chances that we're superior to them is slim. Then logically, they would want the genetics from the Anunnaki. I would, if I was collecting genetics and saw these stupid humans, with their people going bald and all sorts of issues that us humans have. I'm not saying that's a. I'm just saying, I don't know whether the Anunnaki ever go bald or not. I'm just using that as an example, getting fat or whatever. And then you've got, so all the issues that we have, back pains and everything else. And then there's a race that doesn't have these problems. I would go to the race that doesn't have these problems, like the Anunnaki. And again, nothing against bald people. I'm just saying, we don't know whether the Anunnakis ever loses their hair. If they don't, then obviously it's not something that we should be doing. I know it's testosterone, blah blah blah, but technically, if the Anunnaki doesn't lose it, then technically we shouldn't really be losing it, because it doesn't seem to be the right thing to do, just to lose hair for no reason, even though there's a reason. But you know what I'm saying. History and culture. I have to go. Sorry, I have an appointment early in the hospital. No worries at all. Thank you for even jumping in, and fingers crossed it all goes well for you. Cotswolds wrote Blackgammon. Oh, I always call it Blackgammon. It's not, is it? It's Backgammon. See, this is where my stupidity comes in, or disability, where I read something once, and whatever I read it as, someone pulled me up the other day for specifically when I said specifically. Once I say something once, it stores in my brain as that, and it's really difficult to get it out. Backgammon is an ancient game from Mesopotamia. Could be Anunnaki, any other games they had. They did have, well, Anunnaki, no. Sumerians, yes. So there is a game that the British Museum's got from the Sumerians. And Irvin Finkel has he believes he's worked out the rules for it. It didn't have rules, no paper rules kicking around, or no on the inside of the board, no instructions. But he seems to think that he's worked out the instructions for it. So there's a video of him actually playing it, if you're interested. So just type in Sumerian board game Irvin Finkel, and you'll find him playing the game, which is really interesting. Now, whether or not that came from the Anunnaki, I can't say, because it's just a game that he's found. So whether or not the Anunnaki taught humans how to play that game, or whether it was just something that they made up themselves, I can't say. So could backgammon have come from the Anunnaki? I can't say, because obviously I would need to be able to tie it to them in some evidence-based way. But we do have Sumerians with games, so yes, they definitely had games back then. Scrolling down, History and Coins wrote, "Yes, I know God." I think History and Coins is referring to me, as opposed to saying, "Yes, I know God." She's used the little G, which I do get annoyed at. I like to have to be called the capital G, but that's fine. No worries at all. Kerry's wrote, I'm only level 30. Oh, maybe History and Coins is ahead for some reason. I'll send you the screenshot of Kerry, of whatever it was that I saved where your name was on there. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a slightly different thing that your name was on. I apologise if that's the case. Darwin's wrote, good at chess, logical, right? I don't know whether I'm good or not. I've played computers and done quite well. I think, like, out of 10 levels, I think I got level 7. But playing people, I don't really play people. I played my daughter, and obviously I used to let her win occasionally. So it's hard to know, because I've never really played anyone of any skill level. So I may be really crap. So I don't know. I like to think I'm good, but when I watch Magnuson, the guy that is probably classed as the best chess player in the world, when I watch him and the speed that they move it, I realise that to get to that level, I would need to dedicate so much more time playing chess to be able to get to that level, which I haven't done. So I'm certainly not a grandmaster, and I do think chess takes there's certain moves that they do that's sort of where dare I say preset. In other words, people's already done these certain moves, and that's why they say, "Oh, he's used the blah 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 maneuver," so that they know all of those maneuvers, etc. Whereas obviously I don't, so I just play it off the top of my cuff. So I'm probably nowhere. Obviously, I'd probably get totally destroyed, but I like to think I'm good against against my dogs and my children when they were 4. Dioramas wrote 400 ELO. I don't know what that is. I'm guessing that's a score system for chess. I don't know. I'm not an expert on chess, but I'll probably beat my cats. That's about it. But it's only because I don't play. I mean, I don't know whether I'm good or not. I did play a computer. It was on a phone, and I was just one day I had to wait somewhere for hours and hours and hours, and I was playing through it, and I got to level 7 out of 10, and I was like, "Is this good? I don't know. Maybe the game was going easy on me. I don't know." So yeah, I can play it, but I don't know all the moves and everything. Jackie's wrote, guessing good at chess, but not as good as me. I would let you win anyway, Jackie, even if I thought I'd beat you, because that's the kind of guy I am. But this week, but next week is. But no, that's no. Yeah, you probably are better than me. I don't know, but I would certainly make sure you win. Nicole's wrote, do you think the Anunnaki had to deal with the delayed flights and busy little island airports? Joking. I'm guessing you was away recently with. I'm guessing you was away, and you had a delayed flight, and it was a little island with an airport, and it was causing you hassle. No, I don't think they had that problem. I really don't think they had that problem. But yeah, yeah. Sorry, I don't know what else to say other than I'm guessing you sorted that out now because you're on my live and you wasn't earlier. So I'm guessing you've got home. I'm just using logic. Tell me if I'm right. Let me try and work this out. This is what I like doing, trying to work things out. So delayed flight. So let's say it's Sunday today. So we'll assume that you are going back to work tomorrow. So therefore it would have been today. You wasn't on my live right at the beginning, which means you probably got home. Thank you. It's a Buckmain. So Little Island, somewhere hot, I'm guessing, this time of year. So we could go either the Greek islands or Bahamas or somewhere like that. There's a lot of islands in the Bahamas. Yeah, let's go with the Bahamas. You went, I don't know where you live, but you went on a plane to one of the islands on Bahamas. It's a small island, and you tried to get back today, and there was problems. Let me know if I'm close. I don't know. Kevin's wrote, do you know anything about the African Dogon tribe and their knowledge of the stars? Yes, I do. The problem we've got with the Dogon tribe is it's all verbally told by white people that supposedly had heard it from white people that supposedly heard it from the people that spoke to the tribe many, 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 many years ago. So the story keeps getting regurgitated, and each time it does, that people add little bits to it, which is a real shame. So supposedly the Dogon tribe said to white man, hey, I'm paraphrasing, not even going to do their language or voice, but so in whatever language they had, they explained that the gods come from the ocean and were probably mermaids. I'm paraphrasing. And those mermaids came from the stars and they pointed up to the sky. And supposedly they knew what Sirius B was, and they pointed to Sirius B, which, trust me, I wouldn't even be able to know what freaking star system was what, especially depending on what time of day it was, etc., etc. So they supposedly knew what Sirius B was, and they said that's where the gods come from. Now we break that down properly. white man went there. These said, "Oh, you look." I'm just doing my own version of it. You remind us of what our ancestors saw. White man, gods. Oh, right, interesting. What were these gods then? They came from sea and from sky. Bearing in mind the mermaids were Anunnaki. So go look up, either watch my amazing documentary on mermaids or type in Sumerian mermaid and you'll see the mermaids, merman and mermaid. The carvings, the oldest carvings in the world of mermaids were top half Anunnaki, not humans. So then the white man says to the tribe, "Oh, when you say up there, what do you mean?" And they point to the sky because the craft come from the sky. So the white man goes, "Oh, hang on a minute, let me get my telescope out and try and pinpoint one little frickin' dot that you're pointing at. Let's stay there, wait. We're gonna have to wait till it's night time so I can see what dot you're pointing at, which star you're pointing at, so I can try and work out the star system. Because you don't know what we call star systems because you don't seem to have any literature or anything about what we would call over in the West, what we would call different star systems. So wait there, goes night time, right? Okay, point. Oh, is it the one to the left? No, which one? Okay, well, that looks like Sirius, so it's probably Sirius B. Okay, interesting. The gods come from Sirius B. But really, what happened was the Drogon tribes just said from up there, and some numpty went, oh, from a star system. Well, which star system would it be? Probably Sirius B. So that's really how it plays out because there's no way a tribe would have been able to accurately pinpoint exactly because that means the Anunnaki would have needed to tell them where they come from. Bearing in mind the Anunnaki wouldn't have called it Sirius B, so they would have needed a star map, which then means that the star map would have had to have been passed down generation after generation to the person that's now talking to the white man. Because you try verbally telling someone where Sirius B is, or the star system that you come from that now is Sirius B, ain't gonna happen. I don't care what anyone says; it's not gonna happen. No one's gonna verbally keep that story down with no writing about it, no carvings to say the star map from where the gods come from. Not going to happen. So, long story short, they saw mermaids. I believe they saw mermaids. I believe they understood the gods come from the sky because of flying craft. That's about it. Anything else is just yeah. History and question. Okay, I'll have to go. I'll be listening while driving, but won't be responding. Ah, no worries. Drive safe. I'm guessing it's still early-ish in the day for you, so please drive safe. And Kerry's wrote drive safe as well. Dahama's wrote, do you think the psychological trait of openness has anything to do with the spiritual phenomenon? It's an interesting question. I like the question. Go number 3 in the class for that. Personally, no. The reason why is I don't think the orbs, which really are the spirit side, I don't think those orbs want us to know that they're even there. Because if they know that we're there, then we change our behavior, we change what we're doing, and we then don't fear death and da 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 da. So I don't think we should know about spirits. I really don't. It makes sense that we shouldn't know about them. Um, Obviously, there's people that can, you know, remotely talk to them, such as clairvoyance, etc. But otherwise, we'd all be doing it. So I really don't think any reason at all. I mean, obviously, clairvoyance may have an enlarged part of their brain, such as a pineal gland, for example, that enables them to telepathically communicate with a deceased person that's connected with the orb. But I don't think us as a human race should be learning about or know about orbs at all or spirits. I think that's detrimental to the actual orb's job, which is here to learn. Just my gut feeling. I don't. Otherwise, you know, would be we would probably had some other communications with them. I don't know. I just obviously can't see it really personally, but it's an interesting question. Buck, it's Buck Maynard wrote. Do you have a YouTube channel or podcast? I do have a YouTube channel, and I am on Spotify. So if you go, just type in Our True History, really, or go to my website, Our True History. But on Spotify, look for my little symbol in the background there, the the brown monk head. If you find that on Spotify or YouTube by typing in Our True History, then that's me. So yeah, but you can get to most things. I haven't put my Spotify on my website. Maybe I should do that. But if you just ask Google to play Our True History, if you've got Google Mini or something, it will start playing it. So it will play one of the things from Our True History, one of my live chats from previous. But thank you for asking. Yeah. So yes, go to my website. You can get to pretty much everything from there except for the Spotify. Um, Scrolling down, a D boy has wrote thoughts on why Anu didn't get involved before Bucks and had bad wind started. Thoughts on why Anu, so King Anu, didn't get involved before Bucks, Bucks, and bad wind started. Could you let me? I don't know. Let me see if you wrote and changed the word Bucks. I don't know what Bucks is before Bucks. When you say bad wind, I know the tablets talk about the evil wind or the north wind or the east wind, etc. So I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to as well. If you could just let me know. Sorry, it's probably me trying to work it out. It's me bad. Nicole's wrote wrong. Our Truth History. I am the first to catch you out. That's because I said about what did I say, Bahamas or something, little island. Laugh out loud. Still in line waiting for the flight home. Ah, so okay. I assumed you got home already. Okay, fair enough. You got me. You got me. Damn. Fair enough. Get a gold star. I tried. D boy has wrote seemed Anu really liked Marduk. Uh, yeah. So if you go by the Moorhen translations, when after Marduk was banished, when King Anu came down to Earth, he went to see Marduk and pardoned him. This was all because of Inanna and the whole Pyramid Wars and all that lot. So King Anu pardoned him. I mean, technically, he was his grandson. So why would he not pardon him? I mean, technically, Marduk didn't really do anything wrong. There is a tablet. I found the tablet now where Marduk. This is what I'm saying. There's 80% now of 80% of the Moorhen translations I found in separate tablets from the ones that they wrote. So the tablet, wait for it, I'm going to tell you guys the tablet where Dumuzi has a dream where he's going to be attacked and thus leaves the area and falls off of a waterfall, dies, and Inanna blames Marduk because in the dream he was sending his henchmen to kill Dumuzi. So Dumuzi still dies, but Inanna blames Marduk because Dumuzi had a dream about Marduk's henchmen coming to kill him. That tablet is called, are you ready? Dumuzi's Dream. That's crazy, isn't it? So 80%, I would say, I've got of all of the stuff that is in the also in the book of Lost Book of Enki, which is the same thing. So, and I will be doing a video pointing out all of the tablets, reading them all out, so you get the whole original story, not necessarily from the Moorhen's tablets, because obviously I don't have them, but I'll go through every tablet, and not one person can say it's crap now, other than the 20% which we don't have or haven't found yet elsewhere. So it solidifies it. I mean, it's literally bang to rights. 80%. When you got 80%, and then it's to me it's a done deal. Scrolling down, Dahamras wrote, "Someone needs to send him an invite. I don't have him added." I don't know who that's referring to. Maybe Enoch. I don't know. D Boys wrote, "If they didn't worship when worship started becoming widespread of different deities, sign or they're gone." If they didn't worship when worship started becoming widespread of different deities, signs, or they're gone. So the moment that the Anunnaki had people that could worship them, in terms of the Homo sapiens sapiens, not the Homo sapiens, they didn't worship, they weren't smart enough to do that. So, and there was no point in them doing it because they could just about speak. We know they could just about speak because when Adam, out of Adam and Eve, goes onto the spaceship, which sounds really stupid saying it, I know it does, but it's true. When he goes onto the spaceship, there is some Homo sapiens there that had kids on the spaceship, obviously helping the Anunnaki. When I say helping, slaves, doing menial tasks. And Adam and Eve saw these children and said, "What are they?" Because they'd never seen kids before. You've got to remember, they were, for 24 years of their life, they were on this spaceship with no one around other than other Anunnaki. But they come across these children with these other Homo sapiens, and the Homo sapiens said, "These are young us," words that effect. There's many, many of them down on the planet. So that's why Adam and Eve didn't even know how to have ladies and gentlemen. There was no, idea of putting something somewhere, so to speak. So basically, after the Anunnaki had Homo sapiens sapiens, when they bred with the Homo sapiens to create the Homo sapiens sapiens, when those ones had more knowledge, basically, and more intelligence, that's when we started getting them as people that were worshipping each Anunnaki in a different area. Now, technically, the kings list does show that there was kings prior to the Homo sapiens sapiens, which means there was a kingship, but it was only one kingship. The first one was in Eridu. So it wasn't like, oh, there's kings in different areas looking after people. It was just one king. And it seems like they've done that. From my perspective, it seems like the Anunnaki gave an unknown, because we can't find any other mentions of some of these kings in the kings list, give a king, give one of the Anunnakis a kingship because they want them to feel important. Enlil was still king of kings, so technically there were a kingship prior to Homo sapiens sapiens, but us Homo sapiens, or the Homo sapiens, weren't smart enough to even probably comprehend what a king was. But it made, as I say, that king was for 28,000 years or something like that, the first king. So it wasn't like a whole big thing about it. It was just like one person was classed as a king, and he was probably in charge of the Homo sapiens, but not in the same way that happened after, when we ended up with Homo sapiens sapiens. That's when we really ended up, like I say, having the cylinder seals on the wrists and stuff like that of the owning god of that area. So that's where you get the mark of the beast from on the hand. The D Boys wrote, "Is there cuneiform of them mentioning other star systems?" No, but the problem there is there are tablets where people can't translate what a word means. So let's just say we make up a word called Scarana right now. We just made that up. If no other person's ever used that word Scarana, then how do you translate that if you don't know what that is? So the only way you can translate that is by the context of the text. So in other words, if it says um, a planet came in and smashed into another planet, blah blah blah, you would look at that and go, okay, whereabouts is that? That's near the asteroid belt. That's the Hammer Bracelet. Okay, what's near the Hammer Bracelet? Jupiter and Mars. Mars is smaller than Jupiter, so it's probably Jupiter. So you would write down Nibiru, if we're talking, so forget Scriana. If we're talking about the word Nibiru, you would write down Nibiru as Jupiter because you know no different. You don't know that there's another planet called Nibiru. So you would, and that's exactly what L.W. King did back in 1902, released in 1912, the translations. So back in 1902, when there was a word that they didn't understand, such as Nibiru, or Nibiru, they put down in brackets Jupiter because they didn't understand that there could be another planet in our solar system. So, going back to your comment about do they talk about other star systems, there are words that they don't. So, for example, in the Enuma Elish, it talks about the creator of everything, the name for the creator of everything. No one's worked it out, not one person except for me. And they only mention that name once. I've got a video on it if you go watch the video on the name. They only ever mention that name once, ever, that I've ever come across. I've tried looking, I've even used AI to try and find if there's another mention of that name. They only used that name once. So even the translators didn't even put in brackets what they thought it meant because they had no idea. It's just a name. Luckily, because of the research that I've done, I've worked out that it was the name of the creator of everything that the Anunnaki believe in. So what I'm trying to say is there could be mentions of words that are referring to another star system. They won't call it Orion. They might not call it, Alpha Centauri. They might not call it anything like that. So in other words, we can't translate it because it may be just a name that we've never come across before and never will. And it, in the context of the text, it doesn't give any indication of what it's referring to. So in other words, to answer your question, there may be texts about another star system, another solar system, but we don't know because no one's can grasp what they're talking about if they did talk about it. So the answer to your question is possibly, but we probably wouldn't know without it really spelling it out for us, literally. Cotswolds was wrote to Nicole, and just only reading this because I obviously got slapped down by Nicole. You're in the Isle of Wight, aren't you? My mate's in the Isle of Wight. I don't know if Nicole is, and if she is, put my mate down. he's only 5 foot. He's not a hobbit. D Boys wrote, "Why is dirt or earth used in creation?" It's a very good question. So the reason why is because the actual translations of the word clay, and in the Bible it's dust, but obviously the Bible came way after the original tablets, which talks about the clay. So the clay is what the translators used to put down the words. So in the tablet called Enki and Nimna, it says, "Nip off the clay from the top of Abzu." So Abzu is Africa. So when I did my research, because I'm a good little boy, I looked at the word clay and thought that's stupid because that doesn't make sense. Africa is Absu, top of Africa is Levant back then. What was in Levant? Neanderthal. So hang on a minute. Why are they nipping clay off at the top of where the Neanderthal are? What, I don't get it. So I looked at the word clay in Sumerian and what other words it could mean. Organic material. Believe it or not. So when the translators translated it to clay, they could have actually put organic material, but they didn't, because back then, beginning of 1900 whatever it was that they would have translated that, they probably didn't even know really what organic material would be, or certainly that a previous race thousands of years ago would have known what organic material was. So even if they did know the word can translate to organic material, there is no. I mean, some translations say organic life or life, but basically it's organic material. So even if they did know that it meant organic material, they would think, well, hang on a minute, these tablets are centuries old, thousands and thousands of years old. There's no way that people would have known about organic material. We only just know about it back at the beginning of the 19th, 18th, 20th century. I have to be careful on how I say 20th century, because I did slip up once by saying the 19th century when I was really referring to the 20th century, because it's obviously a century difference. I hate that. But so yes, so the reason why the word dirt is used is because it's actually the organic material from Neanderthal. And only a smart person, yay me, would bother looking at the actual original word for clay and work that out. And luckily, I was worked out that the top of Abzu, which was Levant, this is exactly where the Neanderthals were. So yay me for working all that out. D-Boys wrote, were the Anunnaki aware of a soul? Yes. So prior to the Great Flood, they were aware of spirits. Definitely. They buried people and they put stones on the top to stop the spirits from coming out or going in. So they were aware of spirits, but they couldn't talk to them until after the Great Flood. Avatars wrote, Happy New Year, God. Oh, thank you. Nice of you to join, and thank you, and Happy New Year to you too. And I got a capital G with Avatara. I'm joking. Scrolling down, D-Boys wrote, why or if we found one, we be able to even see the difference in DNA? I'm guessing you're on about I'm guessing you're on about Homo sapien versus Homo sapien sapien. Yeah, there would be a difference. There really would be a difference. So I still say, and I'm probably 100% right on this, that there are tribes in Africa that are still Homo sapiens, not Homo sapien sapiens. And the reason for that is because the only way you can become a Homo sapien sapien is, thank you, Jane, Goddess Jane, capital G. The only way you can become a Homo sapien sapien is when the Anunnaki breeds with a Homo sapien or a Homo sapien sapien, but you're already a Homo sapien. So the only way you can be a Homo sapien at the earliest point is from the Anunnaki breeding with a Homo sapien, and then possibly having Homo sapiens sapiens breeding with Homo sapiens. Could your children possibly be Homo sapien sapien? But not every Homo sapien sapien or Anunnaki went round the whole of Africa and bred with every single tribe there was. So there are people that are Homo sapiens. But obviously mainstream are not going to go and check for their DNA and check the difference between it, because no one's even thought of doing that. So they should. I don't know what the difference is, what DNA sequences they would need to look for, because obviously DNA sequences are in millions and millions, from what I understand. But if they knew what to look for, but obviously someone would have to tell them really what to look for, or a computer would have to look and see the discrepancies, then they would find that some tribes are Homo sapiens. They have to be. Because I never bred with them. Unless, if you can find people that bred with them, or found information that their ancestors were bred with by blah, 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 by Homo sapiens, then they would be Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens sapiens, then they would be just Homo sapiens. So yes, you should be able to see the difference if you kind of have a computer or something and know what to look for, or hope to find it in some way. But no one's going to bother, because no one's even thought that they are Homo sapiens, except for probably me. UFO Annie's wrote, and Apple Podcast. I thank you, Annie. I'm guessing you're referring to me on Apple Podcast. Yeah, so I upload to it used to be called Anchor. Now Spotify's taken it over. But on Anchor, it would push it out to all different podcast places. So I don't know if now Spotify's taken it over. I don't know if Spotify still does that to these other podcasts, because obviously it's kind of like Spotify is podcasts and Apple Podcasts is kind of like a competitor. So I don't know if they're still doing that for my podcast. But thank you, UFO, and yes, thank you for that. UFO and he's on Apple too, I think. Yeah, I don't know if my later ones are because of the switchover, but thank you. D Boys wrote, if so far from Earth, the sun blinded when they came close. Obviously, the planet goes between Jupiter and Mars. So you've got, so from their point of view, you've got Nibiru, Mars, Earth, Venus, Mercury, the Sun. So they're not as close as us. They're not as close as Mars. So from their point of view, when their planet did come round, it would get sun, but not as hot as us. Logically, I can't say exactly how hot they would get, but they wouldn't get as hot as us. Logically, but when they came here, yes, it was very hot. There's tablets of them going, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot. So it was hot for them. You got to ask yourself. I mean, someone said, why did they stay? No, it was in my book actually. Why did they stay in the Middle East and Africa if it's hot? And my argument was, well, first of all, they set up the bases in Mesopotamia, the Middle East and Near East, so they'd already set up the bases because they thought they was getting the gold from the Persian Gulf, which is at the bottom of where Eridu is. So it made sense that that's where they set up the bases. But when they realised that they can't keep, the gold wasn't coming out quick enough and everything else, they then took they found gold over in Africa. By then, all the refining stations and the medical centres, etc., were over in Mesopotamia. So they weren't going to just leave all that and go over to Africa and rebuild all that again. So that's why they take the gold from Africa back to Mesopotamia, which makes perfect sense. But in my book, I wrote down, well, why didn't they go to England? Because it's not as hot as them keep complaining. That's because England doesn't have gold. So it kind of makes sense that they went where they did. D Boys wrote nukes. They did use some type of weapons. Yes, there's a video coming out on the actual weapons that they used with the evidence-based. On the in Egypt, there's so many buildings, etc., that's been burnt from one side, literally. Some humongous heat would have done it. There's green glass in Egypt and so on and so on. So I'm going to do a video on as much evidence as I can show that the Anunnaki definitely used. Again, it's in the Bible as well. It's the same 7 in the Book of Revelation. The 7 weapons that they used were the same weapons that the Anunnaki used. So it's coming soon, that video. So there should be enough evidence just to prove that the Sodom and Gomorrah obviously was one of the places. Kerry wrote, I always knew it would be Nicole to catch her out. I don't know. I was just trying to be clever, and it backfired, and I won't do that again in a hurry. D Boys wrote, dark-haired ones is their creation. Is that where the deep hated started for cultures? Due to blood, or which Anunnaki they may worship? That's an interesting question. So I'm guessing what you're saying is there a hatred between dark-skinned people and light-skinned people? I have no problem with skin color as long as they don't do something stupid. So if it's a white person doing something stupid, then give them a good slap. If it's a person of color, do the same. But from believe it or not, the dark-skinned people also had slaves back then. So if we went from a position of, it's slavery, the whites had slaves and the blacks had slaves, so they did have slaves. I mean, look at the pharaohs; would have probably been dark skinned, because Enki Marduk, for example, um, Marduk bred with a human woman, and so it's totally possible. And that human woman possibly was dark skinned. I mean, for example, Lamech was dark skinned or olive skinned. His wife was dark skinned. Batanash was dark skinned or olive skinned. Their baby came out white as can be with white wool hair, which was Noah. That's because Enki had his wicked way with Batanash. So there were dark skinned people that had positions of power back then, not just Egypt as well as Samaria. So we can't say that it's down to, if there is any inbred dislike of a different colour, we can't put it down to that. But we could put it down to the fact that the Anunnaki did favour their children over other people, which is understandable. So when they bred with humans, their children were more important than every other normal human out there. So they would give them positions of power. Now, whether or not those children, like Gilgamesh, for example, whether or not he was white, he was a king, whether or not he was white or dark-skinned, I don't know. But if you look at, if we assume that he was white, then dark-skinned people would think, how did he become king and not me? But he may have been dark-skinned. We don't know because his dad was human. So it's really difficult to know skin color. It's really, really difficult to know. We know the Anunnaki were light, pale skin. We know that's 100% proven. Go watch my amazing documentary on the Anunnaki skin color. I went through every single mention. Yeah, the closest you get is there's another one. There's one that's in Greece where they talk about sun-kissed, which basically means they're burnt by the sun. And there's another story in Greece where it's the sun. So they're talking about dark-skinned gods, and it said the sun. Forgive me, I'm paraphrasing, but something like the sun had touched their body. So, clearly they got sunburnt. That's in my book. It's from either Hesiod or Homer, one of those. But yeah, so long story. Really, no one should be hating anyone. We should be hating the elites. In other words, the people that are in charge, whether or not it was a king, a pharaoh, whatever, demigod. We should be hating that because obviously it's unfair that someone's in charge of anyone, in my opinion, regardless of what colour or race or anything like that. So if in the past that was the case, and people were white because they were sons of Anunnaki, then I can understand people being upset with the white people, as opposed to being upset with the position that they hold. So I don't know. We're all on this bloody globe. I just think people should stop doing the stupid things that they do and believe in crap that they believe. But unfortunately, some of the crap that they believe benefits them, and so they won't change. Even if the Anunnaki come in front of a particular race that likes a particular book that they believe in that benefits them, men. Even if an Anunnaki stood in front of them and said, "Look, put that stupid book down. We're the ones in your book. You got it all a bit wrong. Just, stop slapping your wives around. We didn't say that." They're not gonna. They're gonna stick with that book, regardless of whether an Anunnaki's in their face. So unfortunately, we're stupid. The basic bottom line is, we're all thick. We're all thick. There's thick people worshipping all sorts of things that they shouldn't be worshipping because they're not real, or not as they were, as they should be. Oh, I don't know. Scrolling down. History and Coins wrote, okay, out of hospital, I'll message you later. Got about results. Oh, please do. Let us know. Keep me updated. Thank you. Hope it all goes well. D Boys wrote, and when metalworking started, is time in history watchers started teaching human? No. So if you go by the Moorhen translations, um, the what was it? Ninurta, when they went to a different land when they was looking for something, they come across. Forgive me, I'm paraphrasing a little bit. I can't remember the exact details of it, but Ninurta come across a mineral and said, "Oh, we can make." I can't remember what metal it was, but something that was metal, and that's when I think the swords and all that bloody stuff come into play. So they started to refine that, and only certain humans were taught how to use smiths, metalsmiths, how to use blacksmiths, how to use the furnaces and everything to convert to make this metal, and then eventually down the line, but it's still only as skilled people that were taught how to do that. You had to go to school. I know it sounds all stupid. How do you go to school back then? But they did. They actually had schools. It's not me making that up. That's what's in ancient tablets where they went to school, and if they um, were good at a certain disposition, then they would be, led to do that job as they were being taught. So, in other words, if you was good at math, you would end up becoming an accountant for someone rich. If you was good at, with your hands building stuff, then you would end up probably being a blacksmith or a stonemason or something like that. So, yeah, that's how it worked. But now, obviously, our teaching is just completely shit. Excuse my language, but it is. It's not designed for us to learn anything at all. It really isn't. Um, Supposedly, the Rockefellers are the ones in the states that dictate what's in the curriculum. And obviously, if you certainly over here in the UK, the stuff that they now put in the curriculum, um, 50 years ago, people would have went mental over. I can't say it because it's WOKE stuff, but people would have said, "No way, no, not having that in my, for a 5-year-old reading that, no." And I think it's in other countries as well. So there is, our schooling is not what it should be, what it was back in Sumerian times. When you read how they were taught and everything, it was really smart. They had a good system, which is why I do say that I think back then we were smarter. But now there's a agenda in the schools, unfortunately. D Boys wrote, if red or blonde show deeper traits of them. So it's a fair question. From my research, I do think that the Anunnaki had red hair. Some, not all. I think Marduk had red hair. I generally do. Everything that I've read that leads me to the conclusion that he may have had red hair. The Anunnaki obviously had blonde hair because the Noah came out with blonde hair, and Lamech says, "Did you cheat on me with the Ajiji?" Which means they would have had blonde hair. So there's definitely blonde, and obviously, you've got the finger of God. I think it's called the touch of God. I might be wrong. Something touch of might be something like that. The Michelangelo picture. Obviously, he's got blonde hair. Basically, all the old depictions of God was blonde hair. Now, that's not to say that was Marduk. That's because it could have just been referring to the creation of man with the in Michelangelo picture of Enki being the god that's touching the finger, because Enki was the one that created us, not Marduk. So although Marduk was in charge eventually, that picture could be referring to Enki, which would have been blonde. Thank you, Phil. So going back to the question about blonde or red hair, does that mean that there's a trait? Well, obviously, certain traits do skip generations. So certain blood types as well do. So we know that it's difficult to pinpoint where certain things come from because, there's people out there that has ginger beards and dark hair. So does that make them ginger, or does it make them dark haired? Or so it's difficult to know exactly. Um, you know, the other problem is obviously dark hair. The Anunnaki did breed with dark haired people, whether or not they bred with the black-headed people that they created after the Great Flood. They certainly bred with the Homo sapiens to create the first Homo sapiens sapiens, and they were dark. So does dark hair equally mean you're closer to the Anunnaki than blonde and red? Technically, from my perspective, yes, that it would make equally, just because some Anunnaki had red hair and white hair. Does that mean that anyone with white or red hair is more closer to the Anunnaki? See, again, it's really hard to say, because obviously, we don't know. For example, Gilgamesh's mum was Anunnaki, so we don't know what color hair Gilgamesh had. It's totally possible he had dark hair. Is that because his father was dark skinned and had dark hair? So I can't answer that, I'm afraid. I'd like to be able to say, one way or another. Oh yeah, it's the redheads are geniuses because they're closer to, or the blondes are good looking because they're closer to the Anunnaki, and the dark-headed people are all thick or whatever. I can't say that because I don't have enough data to point to. But my gut feeling is that we'll end up from the Anunnaki anyway, so I don't think there's going to be much in it either way. D Boys wrote, "Why separate the waters to protect from comets?" You mean in the Bible, separate the waters from the waters? If you're referring to the Bible, that's actually talking about on the second or third day from the Bible, and it's actually talking about when the Anunnaki were here on Earth, as opposed to the asteroid belt. They separated the waters from the waters, basically the good water from the bad water, which makes sense because obviously they don't know what is good water, fresh water and salt water and drinking water, from bad water. So they separated the waters from the waters, which is fine. That's what it says in the Moorhen translations, which makes a lot of sense. To me, it does. If you've come to a planet, how do you know what's good water and what's bad water? If you've never, if Alula, who stayed here for 1 year before the Anunnaki got here, he may have just continuously drank from a particular stream, but obviously when the Anunnaki needed to move away, how are they going to get fresh water? So they dug out canals. Eventually, this is not on the second day, but they eventually dug canals, which gave us the Euphrates and Tigris, which was what irrigated the area, which actually made it flourish. So if you're referring to that, then that's what that was, separating the waters from the waters. But if you're referring to the asteroid belt, when they're talking about as above, so below, that's talking about that there's one heaven above and one below, basically, which is what the Anunnaki called heavens. So they separated it, at least one heaven. There may be more. For all we know, we have airspace, we have international waters, which you can't see. You don't know, unless you've got a GPS, you wouldn't know where the international waters started or finished. You could probably do it with a sextant, but you know what I'm saying. So again, the Anunnaki may have divided up the location, so we could have one heaven up to the asteroid belt, and then from the asteroid belt to in between Jupiter and Saturn, for example, could be another heaven. I don't know how they done it, but certainly there is two heavens between the one inside the asteroid belt, the firmament, and the one outside. D Boys wrote, in many oral stories, time before moon, Greek story, etc., any thought any cuneiform to that event? You mean prior to the moon? No, I have done a video, if you're interested. You can get to it from my website, about the time before the moon. Long story short, there's nothing. There's nothing. There is stories of basically nothing there before, and then suddenly there's something there, but it's very ambiguous on what that is, because if you watch my video or listen to my video, I do point out that the Anunnaki did put luminaries up, and they did. It's a fact. They certainly used luminaries. In fact, that's what you get from the Bible when it says God created the sun on the second day or whatever it was. They put up a luminary. The Anunnaki did. So you can just ask ChatGPT if you want, did the Anunnaki use luminaries? And they bloody well did. So these things were very, very bright and powerful and would light up a whole area. So, the Greeks could have been talking about that. So there's no evidence. And of course, we do have tablets telling us that the moon was part of a moon that was the moon of Tiamat and got moved here at the same time as Earth got, Tiamat got broken up and Earth moved here. So I would go with those tablets over ambiguous stories any day of the week. Cotsworth wrote, "Oh, my mistake. Sorry, Kerry." D Boys wrote, "The debate of sheep and grain. In that debate, who is having a debate, and where do Cain and Abel come in?" So D Boy is very intelligent here in terms of the research, because all the questions that D Boy is asking is very, very intelligent questions. So even though each one of them on their on their own doesn't fit in top 3 of the class, as a collection of questions, go number 1 in the class for that. Very clever. So I have done a video that's not dropped yet called the debate between, well, no, it's not called debate, it's using the debate between sheep and grain. But it's to do with Cain and Abel. So I can't really tell you the answer to it because the video's not dropped yet, and it'd be unfair on the Patreons. I think I did say it on one of my lives, but there was only 15 people because TikTok limited me to 15 for the first half hour. So I can't tell you. It does involve Cain and Abel, absolutely. Absolutely. But so does the debate between winter and summer. So I can't spoil the amazing documentary where I prove that the Bible's mixed things up. You can get the idea. So for those of you who don't know, the debate between sheep and grain is an old Sumerian story where 2 sisters go in front of Enlil and Enki, etc., and show what, if you know anything about Cain and Abel in the Bible, it's the same story. They show the yield that they had for the year to Enlil. He sides with one of them, saying you did a better job than the other one, blah blah blah, and then the 2 sisters got angry with each other. However, spoiling it here, there is another tablet called the debate between sheep and grain. Sorry, summer and winter. Yes, I'm good. I'm the only one that can solve it. Thank you. But D-Boy, by the sounds of it, is obviously catching up by the sounds of it, doing really good research there. So the debate between summer and winter is, or winter and summer, I think it's winter and summer, is to do with brothers that do the same thing, but this time it's over water and something else, sun or something. The video is due to drop probably within 20 days. So I can't spoil it, but yes, that you get the idea that you probably can figure it out now. I don't want to spoil it, but you can probably figure it out. And that once you realise that the Bible does make these kind of mistakes, and boy, God does it, then you can realise, wow, our true history is amazing. Let's go to his website, follow him, and send him gifts and make him cups of tea and all sorts of stuff, or just watch my videos. But yeah, it's solved. The Bible made a mistake. So really good question, D-Boy. So yeah, definitely number 1 in the class for all your questions. Brilliant. Unfortunately, the video is not out yet, and it does go through all the evidence and It goes through the whole Bible. It goes through everything. In fact, there's three versions of Cain and Abel, which I go through all different 3 versions. Not. So you got the Bible version, you got the Moorhen's versions, and you got the sheep and grain plus the very similar some winter and summer. So I go through it all. So it's solved to a point. sold basically the Bible cocked up. D Boys wrote, "Old story of the dark sun in a cult. Is that got any foundation thoughts on binary star system?" I don't know about the. I've not come across the dark sun in a cult. I've never heard that before, so I can't answer that. But binary star system, yeah, most according to astronomy, most star systems actually have a binary star system. So it does seem that we probably did have a binary star system, but unfortunately, the records start when the Anunnaki came here, when their planet entered our solar system, and there was only one planet here, one sun at that point that they mentioned about, and they called that Apsu, not to get confused with Absu, which is Africa. So the if there was a binary star system, if we was a binary star system, then the other sun had died out at some point or another prior to the records that we have. So I can't say that there isn't a dead dwarf star out there somewhere. Mainstream, in fact, funny enough, just yesterday they've put another thing out saying that they found another planet in our solar system. I know, mental. Was it a moon? Sorry, another moon, another moon in our solar system going around. So I can't remember. Sorry, I haven't done the video on it. I just remember saving it, thinking, right, I'll do a video on that. But yeah, it just shows that they keep finding stuff every single day. So it's totally possible that it could be a dead dwarf star circling around, or just even sitting there. But chances are it's moving. But we might not be able to see it because it may just be, I doubt if it was turned into a black hole. I know people say, oh, the sun's turned into a black hole, but we don't really have evidence of that. We assume it does because of the radiation. But no one's really seen a star. I mean, properly seen a star, because a star's going to take a period of time for it to expand and then burst and then turn into a black hole. We haven't had telescopes that long, so it's not, yeah. D Boys wrote, would be the only star system with one star. Yeah, so you're aware that there is star systems out there with binary star systems. Yeah, so like I say, we could have had one, but it could have died out. Could have bashed into our sun. Could have been two small suns that bashed into each other and made one big sun. All sorts of things that could have happened. Apparently, there's a sun out there. This blew my mind when I was at school when I read this. Apparently, there's a sun out there that's the size of our solar system. So our solar system encompasses all our planets plus the sun. Just think, there's a sun out there the size of our solar system. Good God, what size will their planets be if their sun is that big? It is incomprehensible. I mean, that blew my mind. I don't know if it does to you guys, but it did to me. Thank you, Amy C. D Boys wrote, did they destroy the ones that didn't work out in the beginning before First Man? Do you mean the humans that they created? No, they put them to, believe it or not, they put them to work in the palace. I know, it's crazy, because there was actually seven. It was my bad. I think I've said six most of the times, but there was actually seven males, seven humans. Sorry, not all male. Some were female. The very last one I cocked up and didn't keep mentioning, my bad. But the last one was really deformed, which is really weird, because you think, hang on a minute, this has got so bad. It's got worse as they progressed. Keep doing these tests, and then Enki says, take my love juice. Starts with an S. Take my things and use that, blah blah blah. So thank you, Amy C. Again. So that's what happened after the seventh one, but so in other words, the eighth one used Enki's own juice to create the new one, which was Adapa. Not Adapa, Adamu, which came out able-bodied. But this is in the Enki and Nimna tablet. I was rereading it again. This is why I have to read things over and over, because if I learn something, when I go back and read something that I haven't read for a long time, stuff that I've now learned makes more sense by reading. But if I only just read it once, I probably wouldn't, be able to piece things together. So I have to keep going back and reading stuff. Anyway, so but yeah, what happened was they put them to work, even though one was a eunuch, one couldn't see, had his eyes shut completely. One had a broken wrists. One was totally deformed. All sorts of problems with them. Um, so yeah, they put them to work and they gave them. Wait for it. This is why the Bible's so great. They gave them their daily bread. They gave them their daily bread. In the Bible, I mean, give us our daily bread. No, don't give us. We should make it. So that's where it comes from. The daily bread. Bang, bang to rights. Bible, bang to rights. D. Boyers wrote, and if they didn't destroy the few that didn't work, wouldn't those still be alive? So if you're referring to those same people, no, they did put them to work, but they would have died. I mean, we're talking 300,000 years ago. So no demigod ever survived that long, and that means then that Adamu and Tiamat, the very first two female and male to be born able-bodied, if we assume then that they would still be alive now, I can't see that. There's no mention of them other than the Moorhens saying about that they took the blood from Tiamat, the female. They named her after the planet, which we know as the mitochondrial Eve. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but basically, mainstream say that we had a mitochondrial Eve where we all come from, which is unheard of in nature. You don't have any species derived from just one. It doesn't work like that. But we do, and that's because the Anunnaki told us in the Moorhen translations that they reused or they used the blood from Tiamat to then create the other 7 males and 7 females, which is exactly what mainstream says. We come from one mitochondrial. They call her mitochondrial Eve. Technically, Eve didn't come along for another 200,000 years, but that's where mainstream go with that. But yeah, so good questions again. Brilliant questions, in fact. Well done. Venus just wrote, I'm loving your books. I'm on volume 1. Oh, thank you, Venus. Oh, that's really nice of you to say. Thank you very, very, very much. Oh, bless. That's really means a lot to me. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Thank you. I don't know what else to say to that, really. It's just lovely. Thank you. Jane has wrote, hi, God. Hi, Goddess Jane. Nice of you to join. Hope you're well today. D Boys wrote, do any cultures still worship Marduk or those real old bat beliefs? Well, technically, Christians were the ones that followed monotheism, which was Marduk. So, yes, any Christians are believing in Marduk, which or don't need to believe in him. He was real. Catholics believed in the pantheon of gods originally, so we know that they followed Enlil, Enki, etc. over in Rome before Marduk ended up building his Vatican or getting his Vatican built there and then changing everything to monotheism. So Catholics technically are worshipping a group that's not really in charge or shouldn't technically be in charge anymore. So that they kind of are bodged up without knowing it. It's not their fault. So really, the only ones that should have any validity in terms of religion would be the Christians, technically. All the others, the Mormons, the Quran, anything else, the Buddhists, anything you name it, none of those really should be entertained because Marduk, certainly up until the time of the dollar bill being made with Marduk written all over it, or signs are all over it for Marduk, he was the main god here on Earth. So while technically you could say, well, there were other gods and other Dingir, the Anunnaki, so can't we still worship them? You could, but Marduk was the most high. So technically, yes, you could worship the other gods, But from my perspective, if you've got one main one and all the other ones, it's like, do you listen to a prince or do you listen to a king? You kind of listen to the king. So I would say that Christians were the right ones if anyone was around to worship anyone. That's just my gut feeling. Obviously, if you want to worship the other ones, you can, but that's just the way I see it. D-Boys wrote, the islands that disappear, such as Thule, is that Iceland thoughts on hybrid? I'm guessing you mean Brazil, High Brazil. I'm guessing the spelling. So I have looked into islands that disappear. I have got videos. I don't know if you've ever been on my website, D-Boy. You should really go there because obviously you've got a lot of knowledge that's or asking a lot of questions about stuff. And you might get the answers on some of the videos that I've done. So I've looked through as many of the islands stories that disappear, and they disappear in fog, and High Brazil, which is just off of Ireland, and da 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 da. The conclusions are that certain tides do bring new islands. In fact, there's a new island the other day that they found, although technically it's over 100 years old, but they said it was a new island, and technically there's no reason for it to be there now because the water levels haven't shrunk that much in order for it to suddenly pop up. So they're assuming that this island, I mean, this hasn't disappeared, but I'm just pointing out that islands do still rear their heads from under the ocean. That's probably because of the ground being pushed up from deep down below. But going back to things like High Brazil, the divers have looked for it. They have found what they thought might be High Brazil, in other words, an island under the ocean. But obviously the stories get exaggerated a bit over time, by, there's a civilization on it and they're futuristic and da 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 da, when really all it was people seeing islands that under certain conditions do appear above the water level. So that's my conclusion on the islands. Now, that's not to say that there isn't mysterious islands out there that come and go. I mean, there's lots of stories of them. There's a famous story of a ship that come across an island that wasn't there. They went through fog, found an island. They were starving. They needed supplies. They all got off. They got back on the ship, sailed away, and the island and the fog disappeared. I mean, whether or not that's the case, whether or not the fog just cleared and the island's still there and they didn't, wasn't on any maps. There's a lot of what ifs. Just because someone sees an island doesn't mean back in the olden days, because obviously no one's coming across islands nowadays that are there and then not there the next day. So is it just because it wasn't on any maps that they didn't know of and they thought, oh, this is a new island? It's hard to say, and out in the middle of somewhere where it's cold and wet and, could it have had fog around it? Yeah, I mean, in the ocean, they do have ocean fog. So it's totally possible they come across the island and thought, wow, this isn't on any maps. Maybe it's a mysterious island. So it's really difficult to say 100%, but my gut feeling is that they are just islands that sometimes the water levels, for whatever reason, seem to fluctuate. I don't know why, but it does come across like that, where an island can pop up and then disappear. So High Brazil, I think, if I'm not mistaken, did stay up for a few years and then go. It wasn't like it was, one day there and one day not. But the stories, get all changed over the years by people saying, "Oh, it's there, it's not there, it's been there a day," and so it's a lot of stories. So it's Feel free to watch my documentary on that, and you'll see. Andrew's wrote, I've seen the creator with my own eyes. Enki, I'm guessing, because obviously there is no creator of the universe because we have zero evidence of that. And Enki created us. And obviously the Bible talks about the Anunnaki. I've proven that so many times. So I'd be interested to know what creator you saw. I'm guessing Enki. He was classed as a fashioner as well. Kerry's asked. I should have known. Kerry's asked. Describe what he looked like. D Boys wrote, the pics that painted their self blue, story goes, giants killed by dwarfs, I believe, from Thum or Lamu. I'm guessing you mean Lemuria. So there is no evidence of a place called Lemuria. It was just a guy that in 1876 said, "Oh, there's structures underneath the ocean," which there is because the water level rose because of the Great Flood, and made up the word Lemuria. And so there's no evidence of anything other than just one guy talking about it. So regarding Thu, have a watch my video. I do go through that island. So yeah, have a listen. Pop on my website if you haven't already done. And you might find some interesting stuff there. D Boys wrote, Pix arrives in Britain painted blue. Story goes from Fall and giants chased by dwarves. Have a instead of me going through it all, have a look for that one. I think it's called Vanishing Islands or something like that, or Missing Islands. I can't remember what the title is. I've got thousands of documentaries, so I apologise. I can't remember which it is, but you'll be able to find it. You're not daft. On my website, and you'll have a go at that and see what you think. Darwin's right. Why did they prolifically interbreed, knowing what they did about genetics? I don't know. See, it's a fair question. I like the way you've worded it, slightly different from someone else. So, go number 2 in the class, Darwin. Well done. So we don't know. So they bred with their half sisters and all sorts of stuff. We don't know whether or not they actually have deformities. So, I found the tablet where Alula swallows the private part of King Anu and is poisoned by it. So when you have, I'm not a doctor, but if I'm not going to say me, if someone bit off a manhood of someone else and swallowed it, would they be poisoned? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Logically, I would say no, but I'm not a doctor. But in this case, the Anunnaki, he was poisoned by it. Literally, I've read the tablet. It's going to be in that new documentary where I go through everything. So, in other words, is their physiology that different to ours that they don't? Is their blood different? Is their blood blue? Royal blood? Is their blood? So in other words, do they actually have deformities, or is it just us? I know obviously animals do and stuff like that, but is there a way that they've escaped it because of some genetic disposition that they have? I don't know. So breeding with us, I don't think they cared really in terms of whether or not one child is going to come out deformed or not. They don't seem that type because all they have to do is just breed again and they'll get one eventually that comes out all right. So they're not that compassionate about having kids with us humans. So I don't think they cared. I mean, when you read the story that Enki breeds with his children's children, when he can do that, for his own line of children's, and the grandchildren, whatever else, and he's breeding with his own bloodline, he has no care. He doesn't care. So and that's Enki, the one that cared about us. So from that perspective, if they didn't have genetic deformations because of inbreeding, they certainly didn't care whether we did. So it's a really good question. I don't know if I put you in the class already. Go number 2 in the class for that. Did I already put you in the class? I can't remember. Sorry. D Boys wrote, was megalith set up like Adam's calendar, etc., by watchers, giants, ones left watching for Nibiru? No. So the conclusion I've come to is based off of pretty much it says it in, if you believe the Moorhen translations, and as I say, I've got about 80% of everything that they've got. Enlil's time was coming to an end, but Enlil still wanted to prove that he was in charge, so he did allow Marduk to take over, or will take over, but only at a certain time. So he got Ninurta to go around and build these henges around the world, which are calendars, so that everyone would know the time that the that Enlil was still in charge until Marduk took over. The thing is, you could say, well, hang on a minute, what about Stonehenge in the UK, because no one lives there, there was no settlements or whatever. No, but there was miners there, and they were mining for the Anunnaki. So if you watch my documentary on Stonehenge, you'll see what I'm referring to. So that explains why that's there. But Adam's calendar, technically, is also a power distribution, because it still actually has power coming from it. So Michael Tellinger's been there with a voltmeter and showed that the stones are still producing energy. So that would have been energy coming up from the ground to these stones. So they're not like, they didn't have the lintels like Stonehenge did. So I don't know why people call it a calendar, because I don't think that's a calendar. I think that's I think people assume it's a calendar, but I don't think it is. I think it was like many of these other places where they had these stones that would generate energy, and then the energy would get passed along from stone to stone, as they had miles and miles and miles of single stones after these circles going to another area which had another set of stones. So I don't think Adam's calendar was a calendar. Obviously, people may have moved stones may have moved out of the way and stuff. So as it stands, it doesn't represent a calendar. It doesn't match anything that I'm aware of. But again, it may be a slightly different calendar. Obviously, it doesn't have to be exactly the same as Stonehenge. So it may be a calendar, but it certainly was a power distribution point. Is what I could say for that. And who made it? It would have been Ninurta as opposed to giants. Deep Boy's right. Safe to say, secret societies still worship them skull and crossbones. Just a thought. Yeah, there's well, as you know, there's many of them, but the Masons would be there's many of them. Yeah. Deep Boy's right. If aging was taken out or tampered with, then with tech can be undone. Yes, technically, yes, it can be. So if we have the technology, so they capped our telomeres, which limits us to 120 years. So yes, they could untap that, and we could live longer. How much longer, I don't know. My guess is probably 300 years before they capped it. So that's what I guess. We are limited to about 30 people. Thank you, Kerry, for the time check. 10:05. Thank you. We are limited to 30 people because I tell the truth, and TikTok doesn't like it. Dharma's wrote, I met the math professors that designed the math curriculum in Ireland. They confirm they are stupid. Well, that's good. It's sad, isn't it? I was going to say it's good to know, but it's sad because it just shows that we're being so manipulated in what we're taught. D-Boys wrote, Noah on the history timeline later, didn't he get to live life longer? Besides the Bible's is found mainstream. Yeah, I did cover this earlier. Someone was talking about, or I was talking about Noah earlier, and about his time frame, his time life, etc. So I can't go through all of that again, but yes, the Bible says about 900 something years. My gut feeling is because of when the Great Flood was, and when he met Gilgamesh. My gut feeling is at least 3,000 years, at least. But I did go through the whole of that earlier, so I apologise that I can't say. D-Boys wrote, I'm married to an Anunnaki. I'm assuming you're male, so I'm guessing you're married to a female, but I may be wrong. Um, don't let her hear you say that. D Boys wrote, is there any chance items, kissing stone, etc., have energy in them left over from tech? So I'm guessing you're referring to such items as the Blarney Stone in Ireland or the Black Stone, which is in Mecca. Personally, no. I just think people come up with one stupid idea and someone follows, and before you know it, it ends up being a tradition. That's just my gut feeling. I mean, there might be some validity to what you say, but I just know how stupid people are, and all it takes is one person to do something once, and then tells other people to do it, and before you know it, they're all being stupid, going there every year, kissing it. But that's just my gut feeling. Phil has wrote, no worries. Good evening. Hi, Phil. Nice of you to join. Thank you. And no worries back to you. D Boys wrote, how did we forget all stories passed down? Why not this so spread apart oceans? But remember this. Sorry, then he says, I'm saying a lot of oral traditions, this story be one of the culturals should know this. Well, it obviously the Middle East is where the Anunnaki were, where they tell us the stuff. So if you look at the old photographs of the very first photographs, which are on YouTube, someone's found them. I mean, you can probably find them online. There's a lot more information than we've been told. Those buildings in those photographs, we will never see. They've either hid them, redesigned the front of them, put walls around them, destroyed them. You're never going to see half of those things, if not more. So, in other words, the answer to your question is yes, we could have known a lot more, but we're not being told it. So, and your question, thank you, Mama. Your question is, how do we forget? Um, do you know what your great great grandfather did? I have no idea. I don't even know what my granddad did. Just about know what my dad did. So, when you're talking from a verbal standpoint, unless it's written down or sung in song, past generations, the chances are, if it's not relevant to you, it's going to go out your head, and you ain't gonna. And even if it was relevant to you, and you didn't write it down, and you're telling your, children's children, etc., then it becomes that Chinese whispers, and before you know it, you end up with this almighty being that created everything on 6 days and wanted down to rest. When we actually have the translations that on the seventh day, Enki said, "Let this day be a day of rest." So it's, and Egypt, obviously, with the pyramids were built before any people were back on Earth. There was still handfuls of them, Noah, etc. But after the Great Flood, they then had to rebuild the population back with what they called the black-headed people. So the pyramids were built probably before the black-headed people were here. So, so no knowledge of that, which is why there's nothing written down about the pyramids whatsoever. So, I guess if you look at it from each perspective, over in Malta, you have the stories of the giants, but you don't have the stories of the Anunnaki. You have stories of the flood, because that was worldwide and not every single person died. So the stories of the flood exist because there was a great flood, and many people died, but not every single person died. So that's why we can get stories about that, because that is, talking about what your great grandfather did for work is one thing. Talking about the whole planet changing and passing that story down, that's something that you would probably pass down, because that's only a once in a ever event as far as humans are concerned. So passing that down, there was a time back before this used to be land, and now it's ocean, etc. And of course people can go out swimming, and they can see that Malta's got the track lines going off into the water. You've got Easter Island, where the rest of it is actually now underwater. It used to be joined to the mainland. So you can, doesn't take someone hard to work out that there was structures underneath. And obviously Bimini Road, and China's got structures. There's structures all over the world that are underwater now that wasn't before. So it's easy for people to talk about that as a remembrance, whereas what your great grandfather did is not relevant to anyone else other than probably you. So that's why I think people have forgotten, because it's just not relevant to them unless there's some sort of evidence that still kicks around, such as these ancient structures underneath the water. Deep Boys wrote, I'm saying a lot of oral traditions, this story be one from all cultures should know this. Like I say, most cultures do talk about the Great Flood, yeah. But yeah, as you say, putting their own spin on it, and possibly lies, as you say. Phil's wrote, "We do say good heavens." Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. I mean, even in the Bible it says heavens, and even in the Sumerian tablets it talks about heavens, plural, as well as singular. So yes, I do think that they separated the heavens with the asteroid belt. Certainly, at least one set of heavens. Now there may be more. For all I know, it could be, as I say, it could be around every planet, or it could be only two, and then the next one is at the edge of our solar system. I don't know, but they do certainly say heavens, plural. Uh, Nutty Mex has wrote interesting. Thank you very much. I'm guessing that's because I'm waffling on and you'll find it interesting. That's cool. Nutty Mex wrote, what do you know about Gnostic theory? So I have done an amazing video. If you want to go see it on the website, my website, just click my profile, click on the search button, and either scroll down and look at the thousands of content, or just type in what you're after. So basically, when I research, I always go back to the original source. I won't listen to what people say now about Gnosticism. I won't do that because that's pointless. You have to go to the person or the place or whoever it was that first said it. You have to. Otherwise, you'll be researching stuff that people's bolted on. So, Gnosticism, at the very beginning, so you can forget all the crap that's added now, all it was, ready, was, do you believe in life after death? Yes. That was what it is. So anything else that's added to it now, and I know there's stuff added to it, is irrelevant. It's just made up crap. It's people Chinese whispers. It's people adding stuff to it, putting their own spin on it, whatever you want to call it. All Gnosticism is, and that's a fact, the original thing was, do you believe in an afterlife? Yes. Oh, you're a Gnostic. That's it. Job done. Nothing more to it. Now, I know there's people out there that want to have their own little groups and societies of Gnosticisms and all this kind of baloney, but it's just like, do you believe in the afterlife? Yes, job done. So that's it. But you can feel free to go to watch my amazing videos on that if you're interested. Amy C has wrote tap tap tap. It doesn't. Oh, bless you, Amy C. You know it doesn't make any difference because we're still stuck at the 30 because that's what TikTok limits me to. But thank you, bless you. But it really doesn't make any difference. Darwin's wrote, love juice, loved it. I didn't know how else to say it without TikTok limiting me even more. And I didn't want to be vulgar by describing stuff, so that was the best I could do. D-Boys wrote, how long would rule or worship of Marduk last? Whose kids be next in line? So Marduk, technically, unless something's happened, and I'm leaning more and more that something may have happened. So anyway, won't go down that road. But so Marduk's next in line would have been Namu, his son, his Anunnaki son, would be next in line here on Earth. So how long would the worship be of Marduk? Well, technically, he's buggered off now, so no one should be worshipping anyone. And to be fair with you, now that we're smarter, somewhat, or supposedly smarter, and we understand that the Anunnaki were an alien race that just genetically created us, just like we would genetically create species if we could, and we probably are. Now that we know they're not some sort of mystical, magical, bloody thing, they're just like us, Should we be worshipping them now because they created us? No, personally, I don't think we should. So, although if I created something and I'd want them to worship me, these little minions, if I created minions and they all go, oh God, or all human, or whatever you want to call yourself, um, I would love that. But if they got smart enough to be able to talk to me, and understand that I'm just like them but bigger, and and I created them, should they then worship me now that they know I'm just a guy that tinkered with some DNA? Should they worship me now? No, I don't think so. So I don't think anyone should be worshipping any. And they're not false gods, because that's their race name, Dingirs, which translates to gods. So they're not false gods. They're just created us, and because they could get us to worship them, they did. It's as simple as that. I would probably do the same, to be honest with you. I would. But once those little minions become smart enough to work out that I'm no different from them, I wouldn't expect them to worship me anymore. That's just the way I see it, I guess. Darwin's wrote, we would call it they came, interfered, and I don't like it. I can't read the word out because you've even put stars there. So yes, Darwin. Um, we'll call it the Prime Directive, shall we, Darwin, from Star Trek. D Boys wrote, "We are the tools we leave F-16s in Afghanistan because of cost. Where's the tools?" Yeah. I know. Yeah, I remember that, where they basically allowed them to. Yeah, and do you remember there was a picture of them walking, or video of them walking with this big aeroplane where they'd managed to get hold of it. It was a blow up aeroplane. It was actually a blow up aeroplane. A inflatable aeroplane that was being shown on. Like, you can look it up. So the powers that be are manipulating us like freaking stupid idiots that we are. Um, it's frustrating. I should be in charge. Okay, so I've come to the end of the live chat. Unfortunately, there's no more questions. We were limited today to about 30. We managed to break that, but people do get booted off. So we got to 40, but that's pretty much the max we get to, because I tell the truth. I have got amazing documentaries. If you've never heard me before, feel free to go to my website. They're on YouTube. You can get to them from my website. It's a lot easier. Just tap on my profile picture and then tap my website, and away you go. There is so much evidence out there. Darwin's wrote, "Thank you so much for a brilliant live." No, it's actually, to be honest with you, I have to give credit to D Boy, because he's the one's asking a lot of these questions, which gives me a chance to talk about things that I don't normally talk about, because obviously D Boy's knowledge is very good, and is making me talk about things that normally most other people don't talk about. So, my congratulations goes to D Boy for his knowledge. But thank you, Darwin, for saying that. It's nice when we get people that know what they're talking about. It's nice when we get numpties as well, like that person earlier that was a 36-year-old surgeon that. Yeah, I don't know. Clarice has wrote, "Best wishes to you and everyone here this evening." Oh, thank you, Clarice, for listening in. Bless you. Thank you very much. Darwin's wrote, "Yes, absolutely, D Boy. Yeah, you did good today." Cotswolds wrote, "Thank you, another great one." Oh, thank you. Yeah, again, I just say what's there, but if you guys don't ask me the questions, it's really difficult for me to talk about things that, um, off the top of my head, to think about things. But yeah, brilliant. So as I say, I've just finished a book called. So if you're a Patreon user, please don't buy my book, the new one that's going to come out soon, called Solved. There's two parts to it, two volumes. Most of the information, there's new bits in there, but you've seen the information as much as you need to on my Patreon site, on videos. So there is no need to buy the books unless you somehow want them for the extra bits of information. But I wouldn't bother if I was you guys. But if you've not joined my Patreon and not watched any of my content, then I've got some books coming out. I don't know when. I finished one today. I've got to work on the second one, but fairly soon, called Solved. But I already have other books out if you're interested. But the bottom line is, Patreon has everything that the books have. So Books have a little bit more, but you know, the crux of everything is on the videos. So you don't need to buy any books if you don't want to. But you can get to everything from my website. And again, there's free content on YouTube and on Spotify and on even on my Patreon. There's free content that I'm continuously putting out. And some of the new videos that's coming out are really ones to look forward to. So you got UFOs in paintings, which is a good one. The ME tablets, what they are, is another video that I'll be doing. I've got about 15 queued up. Not necessarily all put the dates down on when they're dropping, but I've got about 15 lined up. Some of them really interesting. The Bifrost Bridge. Can't remember who asked me. Thank you, Donna, for the rose. That's nice of you. Hope you're well. I hope you're having a nice. Hope you had a nice Christmas. Hope your boy is looking forward to school tomorrow. Shane Stiz wrote, I've watched your live for 500 minutes. Wow. Sad Shane. I mean, well done, Shane. Bless you. Yeah, the ME tablets is a good one that's coming out. Finding out what they are, or as best I can. There's loads of new ones coming out. The Bifrost Bridge. Someone asked me, I can't remember who it was, to look into the Bifrost Bridge because I have done Norse videos before, but I didn't go down the Bifrost Bridge. I went to, you know, were they Anunnaki, the Frost Giant, and so on, but not the Bifrost Bridge, which is interesting because obviously I did do a bit of research on that while I was, you know, researching the Norse gods. So I'll need to revisit all that information and go back and try and see if there's any way I can connect it. Off the top of my head, the Bifrost Bridge was probably the the time period. See, not necessarily a bridge. My off the top of my head, it's the sinking between Nibiru coming round to its nearest to Earth, whenever that is, not necessarily when they're both closest together, but when it comes around basically between Jupiter and Mars, which gives the chance for the Ajiji to transfer the gold from Mars to Nibiru, but also after when they couldn't go back to Mars, it's also when the Anunnaki would have took the gold from Earth to Nibiru when it's at its closest. That's what I think the Bifrost Bridge is. In other words, it's a time period as opposed to an actual bridge. That's my gut feeling. Might be right. We'll see on the video. So there's loads. What else was there? Alien implants. So I did a documentary I'm really proud of on called Aliens. So I'm doing 3 documentaries on the aliens. I've done one already, which is out. You can go see it on the how the aliens, the modern aliens, take us using light beams, how they levitate us, and I did a whole documentary on that and how technologies there now, and believe it or not, that we can do. We can only move like you know, a small particle and stuff like that, like sort of grain of sand. But in the future, that technology will be able to lift a person up using light. So I did that documentary. Really proud of that one. But the next one of that 3 series is implants. So it was basically um, how, when, and why, or something like that. I named them. So the next one is the alien implants, which is going to be something that people might be really interested in. Not a lot of people know about the implants and how they attach themselves to people and how they won't, you know, can't be removed, and who, loads of stuff. That's a big documentary. So that's coming out. So lots of stuff coming out, as well as thousands of others that I've already got: mermaids, crystal skulls, you name it. So plenty more coming. So don't think that I've run out of stuff. There's so much stuff to do. So on that bombshell, I will let everyone go and do something more important.